Well, hello everybody. How's it going? Happy Monday. Hope y'all are doing well. We are back once again. It's more Elden Ring. Continuing the consumables only challenge run. Let's just jump right back in. I think I've decided that I will probably just go ahead and do this all bosses. Um, I should probably put that in the title, I guess. But I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll leave it alone for now just in case I decide that I want to bail on that for whatever reason. But I'm not really planning to. I think even though I know some stuff is going to be really hard, I think we should be able to do everything. I know at the very least it's possible to do a consumables only run with all bosses. It just might be that like certain things we can't do without buffs. I think the only one that I'm like especially unsure about is Rykard. Um, just because he has an insane amount of HP. Outside of that, everything else should be possible with like good play. And potentially buffs if need be. Like Fire Giant obviously has a lot of health as well, but his shouldn't be like too bad necessarily. Also, because of like Fire Giant's like specific type of arena, you can kind of like place some items on the ground before you start that fight and, have then the means to go grab more of things off of the ground in the mid fight if you need to restock. You can only place like so many items though. It's like 8, I think is the maximum, if I remember correctly. Like 8 different not a stack of 8, but 8 different item things placed before, if you place any more, it overwrites the first thing that you placed and then so on. Uh I guess it would be easier to say the oldest thing that you placed, but uh yeah, so you can obviously do like a whole stack, whatever the maximum stack is, of like 40 throwing daggers, for example, is one item if you put it all in one stack on the ground. Okay, so let's see. Continuing with this run, I did do a little bit more farming off stream. I now have 999 volcanic stone. In fact, I actually have more than that. I have a little bit in storage, but it's not a ton. It's like an extra 30 or 40 or something like that. But I'm hoping this will be enough for at least a good while today. Depends on how many volcano pots we end up using throughout the run here as we get going. All right, sorry, I was just kind of checking something. It kind of looks like, I don't know if my Discord notification is sometimes just slow, but it looks like my Twitch auto thingy didn't work. Hopefully, people at least got notifications for Twitch going live, but it may not have sent. Sometimes Twitch is just weird like that. Oh well, people will figure it out. Okay, so if we are going to do all bosses, we have a lot of dungeons we need to go clear and do and all that kind of stuff. Not just dungeons, but just various field bosses as well that we have not bothered with. It's going to take me a while to figure out what everything we need to do is. And we might do at least some of that today instead of just like progressing. But I would like to get past Landell if possible. Um, Number one, I want to get my. I would like to get my 4th talisman slot, so that means beating Golden Godfrey. And if we can manage to beat Morgott, um, we can then go into the mountaintops, and then that'll enable us to get both Giant's Flame Pots and Freezing Pots as options for us. And then, yeah, probably we'll want to do Castle Soul at some point as well, just so we can do the whatchamacallit thingy. Actually, speaking of which, do I have... I don't have the Bewitching Branch recipe, right? I think we would not have that yet. I'm trying to remember which recipe book that's in, where you get it. Hold on. Let me quickly take a look at that. I know where we can buy some quickly, because I'm just thinking we might want them for fighting Commander Niall, whatever. Fever's Cookbook 3. Oh, it costs Sacramental Bud. Ew. And McKellar's Lily. Just 2 rare items. Oh, this one, that's right. This is the one that Gideon gives you. After you get to, well, at least once you've done a certain point of Mogwin. Okay. That's another thing, too. Like, if I am going to do all bosses, I don't want to, like, save some of the more difficult stuff for late, necessarily. Like, in other words, killing the main bosses and then going back, because Gideon, for example, at the very least, will be less annoying if I have discovered, I don't necessarily have to have completed them, but at least discovered other boss locations. That way he'll get, like, access to their spells. So Moog, Rykard, and Millennia each will each cause him to overwrite one of his default spells. He'll still have annoying stuff with that. But even something like Comet Azure, as much as that's normally pretty easy to dodge, the problem with Comet Azure when he's casting it is that it's not going to lock him into an animation necessarily. He'll just dodge out of it if he needs to. So, but certain things like Rykard's Rancor and Scarlet Aeonia will at the very least kind of keep him held in place just long enough for me to, like, potentially punish that and throw something at him. Because I feel like Gideon is actually going to be one of the hardest fights for this run. I could be wrong, but just this is kind of the nature of Consumables only, just that, you know, NPC type enemies have usually a lot more annoying AI to deal with when you're just trying to throw stuff at them. Unless you can use something that has, like, very slow homing or some other type of delayed release to it. Which is kind of where volcano pots have come in the past, but obviously, even those can still be a little bit hard to hit things with. Alright, well, I should have done enough farming already by this point. Let's continue with, since we were in Landell anyways, let's go ahead and just continue with this at the moment. I don't know if I'll do all of it, but we should at least do some, because ritual pots, we've got at least 1 or 2 that we can get here yet. Let me actually take a look here. We're only missing 2 ritual pots. One of them is in the subterranean shunning grounds, and I want to say the other one is in, like, the mountaintops. Yeah, Giant's Mountaintop Catacombs. So we don't really have to worry about too much about looking hard for it right now. Once we get to the subterranean shunning grounds to, like, actually do that for real, then we'll want to pay attention to that, but we don't need to worry too much right at this moment. Do I want to fight a big-ass gargoyle? Not overly so. Not that we haven't fought them before, but I'm still working on trying to get my vigor up there a little bit so we can be a bit more survivable here and there. I aimed that, like, fucking perfectly. Alright. Let's grab this golden seed at least, and then we can deal with him. He is going to aggro, but didn't really want to jump down here, but whatever. Okay. I thought I would not get hit there because I thought I was just sort of out of reach there, but apparently not. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Game decided not to give me my follow-up roll for some reason there. I should have been able to roll out of that just fine, but for whatever reason, he decided to only roll once and then not again. I don't know if I somehow delayed my button press or didn't feel like it. But he definitely should have just kept rolling there, so I'm not quite sure why that went down that way. let's just go ahead and deal with the page first. That'll do. Grab me this, and I do still want to actually fight this gargoyle, but it's not something we necessarily need to do. He's not a boss or anything like that, so... let's give it a try anyway. Excuse you, what? How did that miss? I rolled. Come on, game. I just love when enemies have like a ridiculous amount of reach that can cause their own hitbox to surge forward randomly. Okay, thanks camera, I love it. Can you get up, please? I don't know why my dude is, like, taking forever to recover sometimes, too, lately. I'm not sure what's going on. Not where I said to throw that. I just want to wait for him to be in a slightly more favorable position so I can actually, like, come out of here and not just get tagged. He's kind of being a weirdo about it. Come on, just get the fuck... Thank you. Kind of the issue I have with this particular gargoyle, or any of the ones in this part of the game, is they just have such an absurd amount of HP. Really? That just didn't hit, huh? This is such a, like, cheap strategy. I would like to actually just fight him normally. I just... the position they put him in is definitely, like, one of the worst in the game to fight something like this. As much as it might seem otherwise to be, like, okay, just because... you know, you can maybe feel, like, relatively safe just, like, sitting down here. He can still yell at you and... occasionally just send, like, various waves in your direction that are very annoying to deal with. But just overall, it's so easy to just kind of like end up accidentally down here and kind of just be trapped a little bit. Because if you just try to like run out, it can be pretty problematic for you. All right, let me come in here and grab this stuff while I'm here. How did you get that off? You had not finished casting that. Maybe it was this one. I didn't think he had attacked yet. Yo, Charlie. Thank you for the raid. Hang on 1 second. There we go. I was talking shit. It's true. It's true. It's true. How's it going, everybody? Kishi, Ams, Chorley, Sass, Jules, Spectros, hello, hello. You have rogue mods? Wait, what? How we doing? How was the rest of the stream? Did you get did you kill the rotten at least once, or were you just kind of like setting up your save file and then you quit out for the day? Get a save file made? Fuck the rotten? Yeah, I don't like the rotten. He's not like a particularly hard boss. Well, from what memory serves anyways, it's not like I like doing that fight anymore, but yeah, not exactly like a great time in the game, but then again, I don't really like any of the bosses in Dark Souls 2, so there are some that I like more than others, but I just don't like much. The lack of ADP is killing me. Yeah, I mean, that'd do it pretty much, right? Because, like, I don't know, man. Like, I really want to have an excuse to play Dark Souls 2 again. But, man, it's just so difficult to, like, want to try to get into that game at all for any reason, because every time I watch somebody play it, I'm just like, you know, I just can't. Oh, shit, this guy knows I'm here. Well, oh, he's doing this shit. Step into my office, please, so I can continue my conversation with chat. Oop, I early rolled that. I don't know why. Okay. 2 mistakes. Early rolled, somehow my brain... That was all me, but somehow I accidentally decided to hold circle in that moment instead of just rolling again, so my dude just started to run when I should have rolled. But we're not exactly well armored or anything, nor do I have a lot of vigor. I have more than I normally would level by this point in the game, just because I hate leveling vigor. Oh, fuck. I completely forgot about your dumbass. Is he gonna follow me all the way down? Yeah, he might. Hang on a second. Yeah, no, so anytime I watch you, Sammy, anybody play DS2, I'm just immediately reminded of the utterly ridiculous ADP tax, and it just kind of makes me not want to play it. as much as I want there to be a reason for me to finally buy it for Steam and play it on stream, I'm just always reminded of like exactly why I don't want to do it. It just feels weird because, like, as someone who has played all of the Souls games and still has a pretty fond reverence, I guess, for the series as a whole. Like I just can't seem to bring myself to want to play Dark Souls 2, even for the memes, you know. Anyways, it's too bad the statistics don't side with wrong. Basic bitch Spider-Man is good and all, but it ain't Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I would probably have to say, like, I'm pretty sure I voted for Lord of the Rings over Spider-Man. Like, if it said like all Spider-Man movies, and I guess that has to include like the Spider-Verse stuff. And I mean, obviously, like the Spider-Verse films are they're pretty objectively good, at least from an animation standpoint, if nothing else. I like the Tobey Maguire movies, even the third one to some degree. The third one is very cringe, but you know, if you can kind of just play along with it, it's just sort of like a silly time, which I don't mind. The Andrew Garfield films, I probably like the least, just because like as their overall package, I just find them to be not as entertaining. I thought he was fine as Peter Parker, although the portrayal of that particular version of Peter Parker was not like necessarily the classic Peter Parker. He was a very much more like punk loner Peter Parker than the kind of nerdy goofball Peter Parker. But you know, he still ultimately evolved into like the wisecracking Spider-Man character over time, no matter what origin you decide to go with. So it seemed like the Andrew Garfield version was more just kind of getting him there a little bit faster, rather than having him start off as like a nerdy kid who's clearly way too old to be portraying a high school student, you know, as in Tobey Maguire, Kirsten Dunst, James Franco, any of the people that were supposedly high school students in that film, and clearly were not. All right, they have forgotten about me. I would like to deal with Archer Man. I don't think he's the one who drops the item, though. Not that we need it, but... We do the cover shooter rules again. That's a big old teehee right there. Did you find the Kung Fu was ranked? Wait, Kung Fu Panda? Love them for sure, but it should be up there. People who play Dark Souls 2 shouldn't have an opinion. I mean, yeah. I guess it depends on the circumstances surrounding the playing of Dark Souls 2. She's not a fan of it, so I guess she can still have an opinion. Video showing off shit. All right, cool. Let me know how it goes. I'm curious to see what like their next series of cards will be like, and also just how ridiculously expensive they're going to be, especially once like scalpers get their hands on them. But since no one ever tries to do anything to prevent that, I love that I never get taken with the raid on mobile. Yeah, Twitch kind of just sucks for that shit, eh? Anyway, what was it that won again for the overall movie off? Was it Spider-Man specifically that won? I can't remember now if it was like Spider-Man or Toy Story. So I was kind of like half in, half out, but all movies Spider-Man. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess I can live with that. I do feel like there's... I rolled. I do feel like there's better movies on that list, but... Why did I early roll that again? What's wrong with me? I'm gonna get my fucking head in the zone here. He can do it 5 times? I thought they would always stop at 4. I mean, he can just kind of keep doing it as much as he wants, but I thought that their AI, like, always prevented them from doing it more than 4 times. Stupid overpowered-ass knights. Okay, there we go. Oh, that's right, the Gravelstone seal. I couldn't remember what it was exactly he even dropped. Okay. Got this. Craft me up one more stack of these. Now we're good. Yeah, I avoid Twitch Mobile as often as I can. I prefer to just watch on my PC, but I'll bring it up on my phone if I'm like on the move or something like that and want to be able to continue to watch the stream in that moment or something, but I fucking hate Twitch Mobile with a passion. It's really bad. And I do understand that, like, it's probably a little bit difficult to design a good mobile app that's going to incorporate all of the different shit that you might want for chatting and, well, other purposes, but, like, it's just so much shittier for so many things. Even down to, like, their own, like, subscription stuff, because, like, I remember hearing that, like, if you subscribe on mobile or whatever, it's I never subscribed to anything on mobile, so I don't remember, but, like, for subscriptions, for bits, for various things, like, it doesn't work the same way for whatever reason, or at least the way you expect it to, and it, like, won't even auto-renew. Maybe without, like, setting up things specifically, which is really bizarre. It's an extra $1 for a sub? Yeah, that's extra stupid. I just ordered enough Culvers for, like, the whole day. I haven't had Culvers in a while. Kind of making me want some, though, now. I don't really eat a lot of fast food, like, much at all anymore. You know, when I was younger, sure, but I will say that, like, as far as fast food goes, like, Culver's definitely makes, like, a pretty decent, well, number of things, really. And their frozen custard is pretty nice, usually. Culver's is up there for me for fast food. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is, like, I definitely rate it above most of the shit that I can get where I'm at in the Midwest, but hello, camera? I don't know why you would target a guy I can't even see. Just Elden Ring things, I guess. Culver's fried shrimp fucks. I've never had their fried shrimp, but that's mainly because I genuinely don't ever try to consume fried or otherwise seafood from most fast food restaurants. I just feel like, you know, it tends to be a little more untrustworthy. That isn't to say that theirs specifically isn't good or anything like that. I just, you know, going into it with something like fast food, I just have the tendency to assume that, you know, it's going to be slightly less good quality at least, and with seafood, that's not something I tend to want to be risking, I guess. Not that, like, necessarily other places do a great job with it, but yeah, for me, like, if I'm gonna go to Culver's, it's usually, like, I'll get some sort of classic butter burger situation. Maybe a double if I'm really hungry. Just like a bacon cheeseburger type deal or some shit like that. And then, their fries are okay. They're not like my favorite fast food fries ever, but, you they're all right, but I might do those. Depending on where you are in the Midwest, I don't know if it's like an everywhere thing, but if they have deep fried cheese curds, I definitely recommend those. I feel like that's probably more of a Wisconsin thing, like in terms of just overall, but I know that you can get cheese curds in other places as well. I just don't know if it's like for anywhere that there's a Culver's if you can get it. Culver's here in Florida too with curds. So yeah, I had heard that they were in Florida now as well. I don't know for how long they've been there, but I have family that lives in Florida. I just haven't specifically gone out of my way to go to a Culver's there, but I've been to various parts of the Midwest that I know have them. I grew up on the East Coast, and where I grew up, or really pretty much anywhere around that I grew up, I don't think Culver's was a thing, at least not yet. They might have stuff out there now. On the upper East Coast, I mean, I would expect they probably do. Culver's is the only place outside of Wisconsin where you can get serviceable deep fried cheese curds. Yeah, that's been my experience too. I've always been the type that, like, I was not introduced really to cheese curds much as a thing until I moved to the Midwest. And when I've gone to Wisconsin specifically, like, that's where I've usually run into both deep fried and not at all cooked cheese curds. Because I don't really eat regular cheese curds much. They're good, or at least they can be. But like the deep fried version is just like, it's like having mozzarella sticks, but a different type of cheese and in a much smaller package. They're very bite size. They're tasty. I wish I had some lightning pots. Should do just fine against you, but let's make 6 of these. Culver's cocktail sauce is is the only fast food cocktail sauce that uses enough horseradish. The Butterburger is for later, and the pretzel bites, nice. I don't think I've had their pretzel bites. Like I said, my order if I go there is usually pretty basic. I haven't tried everything at a Culver's. I don't think I've ever tried everything at any fast food restaurant, but especially because I wasn't introduced to Culver's until I was like already well into my 20s, and by then I had already kind of like really kind of slowed down to almost non-existent crawl when it came to fast food, just because I wanted to eat a little healthier overall. And mind you, like, fast food in and of itself is not necessarily the most unhealthy stuff you could eat. It depends on what you're eating, but uh it's just one of those types of food, depending on what you're getting, that has a tendency to be like highly craveable, not particularly good for you, and just far too convenient to want to just be like, oh, I could just swing by the drive-through or in the store or whatever and grab me like some really unhealthy food and then head home or whatever. I used to do that a lot in my teenage years, just because it was cheap, it was on the way, and I didn't necessarily have a lot of time for cooking, at least at certain points in my teenage life, especially my later teens, because I was actually working a fair bit. And so one of my like favorite things to do after like one particular job in my teens that I had, just because it was stressful, Not because the job itself was overly hard, but I just really hated the job itself. Or, even more specifically, the people that worked there. If I felt like I needed a treat, I would like stop at like right outside or right in town, in the middle of town, like near to where I lived. There was like a Wendy's, a Hardee's, aka Carl's Jr., um, and a McDonald's. I think there was one a little further down the same stretch of highway. But the Wendy's and the Hardee's were literally right next to each other, like directly across the street from one another. But I think they might have been owned by the same person, because obviously they would have been in pretty big competition with one another. Uh, but back then, I feel like in the town that I grew up in, they actually used to have like really decent food at both of those. Over time, they kind of fell out of favor, especially the Hardee's, because like I remember like somewhere in the early 2000s, they changed their menu to do like more quote unquote gourmet burgers that were just like an excuse to charge more money for their sandwiches, but not really make them better. Uh, and a lot of the stuff that I used to get there just kind of suddenly sucked. Um, and anywhere else that I've tried to go to, like a Hardee's / Carl's Jr., like I've been very unimpressed. Wendy's, kind of the same deal. They used to have my favorite fries actually, but at least in the town that I grew up in. But like anywhere else that I've like tried to go for a Wendy's, I feel like it's just very mediocre. It always depends on where you are, I feel. Because like you'd think that they'd have exactly like fully standard recipes that just are going to be the same wherever you go, but they often just change up enough. You're gonna come all the way in here? I guess I might as well just do the door trick on you as well, even though I don't normally need to. Yes, come grab me. Oh, he's not gonna grab. Yes, grab me. I'm right here, buddy. Exactly enough. Their new fries suck. Yeah, I feel like their fry recipe has changed. At least, like I said, where I had grown up, because it's not like I keep tabs on it anymore. But I feel like their fry recipe like changed back and forth a lot over the years. I feel like the last time I had Wendy's was probably like a year ago, because my brother still occasionally likes to go to Wendy's here, and so if he's gonna like come over and we don't really have like we're like maybe planning to get something to eat but don't have like a solid plan, he'll just be like, I could stop by Wendy's if you want, and I'll be like, sometimes I'm just like, yeah, okay, whatever, we could just do that. Um so I still will have it every once in a while, but I think it's been like a year since the last time I had it, and I definitely was not impressed with their fries. But yeah, when I was a kid, I definitely got more excited for fast food. Like these days, it does not excite me at all. I'd be excited to maybe try something new, like in a restaurant that I've never been before, as far as fast food goes, but anything that I've like tried, if just because they have like a new sandwich in there, it's not going to be something I'm going to be like, ooh, I got to go try that sandwich. Like, I don't. My brother will try to like hype up some sort of thing, and I'll just be like, okay, I guess that sounds fine. You go ahead and have one of those. I'm just going to have what I normally get or whatever. Um, all right, sorry, let me catch up on chat like I meant to here. Y'all have a favorite burger joint? For me, if we're talking fast food, it's probably Culver's around here. There's other places that I would like to go that I haven't really tried around here. Like, I know there's like a Five Guys somewhere on the other side of town that I kind of want to try out. I've never been to Shake Shack, so I have no idea like exactly where to rate their stuff. Five Guys is overrated. Oh, for sure, but I just mean I've been to a Five Guys like maybe once, twice in my entire life, and I've never been to one here. I just heard there was one on the other side of town. I was like, maybe I could go there again sometime if I'm on that side of town, but I just have not really had the opportunity or specifically the desire to go. So of what I've had here, Culver's has been far and away the best thing, but for like fast food burgers at least. Been there twice. Both are great experiences. Don't like the prices, though. Fair enough, fair enough. My favorite burger joint closed suddenly because they got a new operations manager who drove them into bankruptcy in like 6 months. Jesus. Doing some shady shit? Yeah, had to do it. Was probably on the Epstein list. Eesh. They went from 20 to 30 locations down to 6. Wow, okay. That's pretty fucked. Yeah, it's nice when you have something that's kind of like within walking distance, and it definitely obviously sucks to lose that, I guess. But then again, for something like fast food, it's exactly that same thing. The trap that I like not being in anymore of just feeling like it's a very convenient food to go get. And I haven't, like I said, not since I was a teenager. I'm almost 35. I've not felt that way in a long time, but it's just one of those like convenient little things that's not necessarily great for you. It's certainly not the most bodily punishing thing you can do unless you eat it like every day. And don't really like try to counterbalance your nutrition / exercise or whatever at all. But there's worse food you can put in your body than a lot of fast food. Most fast foods are just kind of like calorically dense for like the amount of food you're getting. You know, there's maybe some other like small things to be concerned with as for a reason to not eat it super often, but like it's really not much worse than plenty of other shit that you can eat. Also, a lot of this is dependent on whether or not they're cleaning their fryers properly and often enough. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know like what's considered mandatory for that anymore. For health regulations, I would assume that it's pretty frequently, but maybe some places get away with leaving it longer than others. Meatheads does a really good burger, and I'm sad that they're no longer 5 minutes away from my house. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of Meatheads. Not familiar. Best thing from Wendy's will always be spicy chicken sandwich, drop fresh, made like a Dave's single add cheese and bacon. That does sound really good. I always was like more of a burger, just like regular type of burger or double cheeseburger type thing, whatever. In most of those places, I rarely ever got things like chicken sandwiches, but the handful of times that I did, Wendy's was definitely the best, particularly with the spicy. Right. I should probably focus a little bit on the game just so I cannot stand around here too much. That went exactly through your legs. What was that throw? This motherfucker's so goddamn tanky. It would help if I didn't miss so frequently, but it keeps seeming like I'm not going to, and then I do. Like specifically with where I'm aiming, I mean. I should just not stop aiming at his body. Just continue aiming for his feet. He like stepped off the platform for a second there. Oops, wasted one. Alright. He dead, it's fine, it's fine. Why are we killing this one? Just because I felt like it. How's it going, Loma Cacao? Also, this portal only opens up after it's dead, but not that we necessarily needed it, but... Did you not make the medallion? I thought these guys only aggroed if you didn't make the deck. That's only the ones, at the lift. So, the ones right here, by this entrance, only aggro, if you're coming from, like, this direction. As in if you did not make the medallion. If you did make the medallion, you come up through the lift, they won't attack you. But if you come from anywhere else, then they see you as an intruder, I guess. But other golems will still be hostile to you, no matter what. Okay, what was I gonna do now? Let's continue with... We did the fortified manor, we did just about everything in Upper Altus. We just need to make our way up. I don't want to do the subterranean shunning grounds just yet. I mean, I do for the ritual pot, but we can also wait on that. We have 8 already. We don't necessarily need 10 right this second. And I can tell you that, like, Sewer Moog is something that we're probably going to wait a bit on, because that dude is a tanky-ass mofo. And he will probably take us a bit to get through all of his HP, honestly. What's max ritual pots? 10? Yes. It's 20 cracked pots, 10 ritual pots. We have 8 of 10 ritual. We have obviously all the cracked pots now. Alright, I couldn't remember if there was anything worth grabbing there. We can get that other stuff later. How far are we? I lurked last stream because of work, so I missed everything from the last stream and now. So we're still in Altus. We haven't finished it. But I think the plan is to try to finish up Altus today. Oops, I don't know why I keep throwing... I'm expecting that I have like a different throwable equipped when I am still just on volcano pots. Yep, I knew I was gonna die as soon as I rolled. That guy likes to hold that shit, and I always forget about it. How many crackpots are available specifically in Jarberg? It's like 3? 2? There's like at least 2 there. I want to say there's like 3 there, or 2, if I'm misremembering. And then another, like, 1 or 2 ritual pots. I think it's 2 ritual pots. So, if you go right to Jarberg, you can get a bunch. If you start with crack pots, you immediately start with, like, 3. And you can get a bunch others from, like, various merchants. So it's not hard to get to, like, a decent number of crack pots, like, from the beginning of the game if you just make beelines to certain things. Okay, there was supposed to be a jar throw there. I don't know why I didn't do it. As in, why my character didn't do the thing that I pressed on the controller. I still fucked that up. What the fuck? I even rolled that late. It's always just part of the challenge, I guess, when you're doing something like this, at least for me, because, you know, I generally favor melee builds in these games. I still dodge a lot, and certainly I fuck up dodges from time to time, but I'm used to just killing these guys outright quite a bit quicker, and not really giving them the chance to do, like, something like the charged axe double slash, usually because they don't do it when you're right in their face. They typically don't. We don't have to kill these guys, I just figured I would. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. Well, you at least rolled the first hit correctly. I gotta remember exactly how you're meant to dodge that. I think you just want to dodge it to the side, because the tracking on it, like many attacks in this game, has perfect 360 no-scope tracking to catch you even if you roll the first attack properly. So. Ow. I'm gonna aggro the other guy if I'm not... Never mind, I'll just die. Because my heal animation was just that fucking slow. Okay. My my runes just keep getting further and further up the hill. This guy's just being a real bitch about it is all. But again, let it be said, you know, this is why you're not supposed to play Elden Ring with super low vigor. I mean, my vigor's not even that low, just comparatively. You know, they expect you to have at least like 40 by now, if not more, because they want you to have like 60 by the end of the game. And they also expect you to wear armor and not just be like, you know, shirtless and gloveless with fucking gray sweatpants and sandals and a jar on your head. But this is the swag. Shit. I was hoping to just kind of sneak by you real quick. Let's come back down the hill a little bit so that I can deal with you down this way. Too fast. At least it didn't one-shot me this time. He is buffed now, so... Bleed. Thank you. Didn't really want to use the kukris on this guy, but at least I know those work. The volcano pots just weren't really doing the job. I will toss one at this guy, though, for the hell of it. That should not have gone my way, but that was still really funny. Also, I love that you, like, landed in the air there. I would like to have a character actually utilize these star fists here at some point. Oh, it's not this one, it's the later one. they're definitely a good... If you like fist weapons, these ones here are definitely one of the better ones in the game. Both for just raw damage and bleed. I understand they maybe look a little bit silly by some people's account, but then again, so do a lot of weapons in this game. I feel like I might make like a fist and or claw weapon focused, at least for one character, for one of the options for Charlie's PvP boss anniversary stuff. I've got one other, at least one other kind of like later game one planned as like a funny theme, if I can get it to work. And then I want to have like at least a couple that are like sort of early or slash mid ranged, so that, because I'm sure other people will be doing the same in certain areas, whether they have multiple characters or they at least have like some that are early or some that are late. I just want to have options available. Dryburg is one of the most easily missed locations of this whole game. It certainly was. I mean, it still is, but, you know, it's because the earliest version of the game, it wasn't really implemented yet. And now it's just kind of easy to miss, but and when the game first came out, it wasn't even really there. Not really, not fully anyway. Yeah, missing caves I can understand. That I totally get. There's definitely a few that are pretty hidden. Even just certain field bosses, like Knights Cavalry and other nighttime bosses, especially, because you might go through an area during the day and not know that a nighttime boss will show up there. So those ones can obviously be kind of easy to miss. Missed the Spirit Color Snail on the mountaintops because I didn't have enough Stone Sword keys. Fair, fair. Although, honestly, that boss room kind of sucks. That whole cave is kind of annoying as hell. It's gray sweatpants season, exactly. Isn't there like an ancient somber in that cave, though? Maybe? I kind of don't remember now. But there's other ancient sombers in other places, though, so it's not like you specifically need to go there for it, but yeah, obviously anywhere where you want to try to get one makes sense to like try to go through. At least the one thing about that cave is that it's not too hard to run through. It's just not the most fun cave as far as caves go. In my opinion, it's a little bit of an annoying area. All right, we're going to go up to Godfrey and try our best at fighting him. He can probably one-shot us with a number of attacks, so this is going to be a little bit interesting. And then we're mostly done with Landau by that point, aside from, you know, the subterranean shunning grounds, and maybe we've got a little bit of, like, lower level stuff to loot and whatnot yet, but other than that, that's pretty much it. Good old flower boys. Huh? I'm surprised that somehow did not hit you at all. No, he slid away. Aw, you healing son of a bitch. I wonder how many people like actually know that about the flower variant, that they transform like that. They only really exist in a couple of places in the game, but the ones with like the flowers on the roots on their back, these particular blooming guardians. They transform, which like heals them, and then it also transforms their spear into like a barbed club sort of thing. Which gives them kind of a unique move set, actually, because they get like weird root-based attacks with it. This guy. Probably enough fucking around. Except for this guy. There we go. Alright, now for Godfrey, what the fuck are we gonna use against him? I guess Volcano Pots will probably still be the play for now, but I don't know how well they're gonna work, to be honest. Crystal Darts also are probably gonna be a little bit weird, but I think we can make them work. He is going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass, though, I expect. Golden Godfrey time, yes indeed. Every time I say something like that, I feel like we're talking about like that Golden Gay Time ice cream. Which I've never had, but I know I know it's one that like Charlie and GD like getting. The thing about FromSoft PvP is that because I always do a slow run, I kill all the enemies in the areas and people think that I'm baiting invaders or whatever. I always thought that was funny. Like, nope, not all of us just run bum rush bosses. Yeah, I don't like rushing to a boss. Unless I'm like on my way to a boss and someone invades, I might not honor the invasion. Sometimes I'll just be like, nah, fuck that. I don't want to do that right now. I'm going to the boss. Which doesn't really happen so much in Elden Ring unless I'm actually co-oping with someone, in which case usually we'll maybe try to do the invasion, but it just depends. If we're getting invaded a lot, sometimes you just kind of get tired of it because you're trying to progress. So or just be like, nah, sorry, I'm gonna move on. But most of the time I'm happy to just like fight. Unless I'm doing like a challenge run like this, in which case I'm just like, look, you know, maybe I'll fight you, but chances are I'm gonna lose. Like I got invaded when I was doing the gun only challenge in Bloodborne, and I almost won that fight, but I did not. I think it was only the one invasion though. And I was surprised as I did as well as I did with only a gun. And I'm sure that the person who invaded me was very confused because they were just like, why is this guy only shooting? He's not using anything else. I'm sure they probably thought I was like a noob of some sort. Just like, oh, he's just trying to parry me on everything. It's just like, no, man, I can legitimately only use my gun. That's the challenge. So you invaded someone with one hand tied behind their back and using a weapon that's not particularly strong. But who knows? Maybe they knew what I was up to. I remember some people had been watching me while I was doing that, but I don't think I was being stream sniped. At least nobody owned up to it, if so. Gun only in Bloodborne sounds miserable. It's actually not. I mean, it depends on how you do it. If you want to do it like the most 100% potential legit way you possibly can, it can be miserable. But I highly recommend going into the Cum Dungeon to farm up some souls really quick. That way you can just quickly advance your blood tinge up to a point where you at least do somewhat adequate damage. However, a lot of the challenge lies in getting there in the first place. So that means doing the beginning of the game, including Gascoigne, and all the way up to Bloodstarved Beast with nothing but a gun, which requires that you do certainly some interrupts on someone like Gascoigne or even Bloodstarved Beast, but also lots of counter hits. So you have to specifically sometimes time your gunshots to immediately after a swing is happening from your enemy to get the most damage out of it, which can be a little tricky, and that's probably the hardest part of the run, or at least for a while. Then, if you're cool with going there, it's just saving you a lot of time and effort to just kind of get the levels quickly rather than super slowly. You can do that just to kind of like farm up souls, runes, blood echoes. That's the one. Either for your levels if you want to level up blood tinge, or you can also just do it so that you're not farming as much, because like as much as I don't mind farming in this game, I fucking hate farming in Bloodborne because there's no like particularly good farms to just get a lot of materials quickly. So you're either farming up echoes and then buying blood vials and bullets and bone marrow ash, or you're specifically killing certain enemies for them. And either way, it sucks. It's much nicer to be able to go into the cum dungeon, wait for the one NPC that just dies off screen to die, give you 80,000 blood echoes, do that a couple of times, leave, go buy whatever you need, and then continue on your playthrough. The only other thing that kind of helps in that playthrough, I wish I still had my VOD for, because it was actually a lot of fun when I did blood gun only. I know Charlie did basically the exact same run, and maybe she still has her VOD, because I did the DLC included as well. But I did eventually go to Canehurst, like as soon as it was available, to get the Rider Palash. That way I didn't use the Rider Palash as a sword, though. I transformed it and would just use its pistol form to use as a right-hand parry, effectively, right-hand interrupt, and then I would shoot with my left hand for higher damage, because in my left hand I could have the repeater pistol for a double-barreled gun, and if I was really wanting to maximize damage, I would put bone marrow ash on that first. So I would buff up the left-hand gun, parry with the right hand, and then shoot while an enemy is in that visceral state for maximum damage. And with decently high blood tinge on a well upgraded or max upgraded repeating pistol, with bone marrow ash on an enemy that's in the visceral state, you can do pretty high damage, actually. It's a lot of setup, and you obviously have a limited amount of resources for every fight because you only have so many bullets and you only have so many blood vials before you run out. But it's enough. Like, you can definitely get through the entire game, including the DLC, using nothing but a gun, or guns, plural. At least with buffs, I should have, speaking of, I should have done this first. I should not have rolled backwards. That was a bad mistake. I was trying to just not roll sideways, but I really needed to. I don't know why I did it again. I thought I would outspace it there. I jumped into the fucking foot like an idiot. Alright. Our damage actually does not feel bad for this at all. We just need to, like, not make too many more of these kinds of mistakes. That would be one of those mistakes to not make, but whatever. We didn't get punished too hard for it. Alright, easy enough. Yeah, whatever. I was thinking about using a cold pickle foul foot. We definitely had time, but we didn't need to do that. Easy first try. Yeah, I was kind of expecting more of his shit to one-shot me, to be honest, for the mistakes that I made, but I guess we were in decent enough shape vigor-wise there. We are going to level this to 30, and then I'm going to switch back to leveling some other shit. because I hate leveling vigor. It's the all-knowing next. Oh no, not not for a while, not for a while. But yes, he will be one of the hard parts of the run, just because, you know, he's a tarnished model NPC with lots of very annoying abilities on top of that, but he will definitely dodge roll a lot of the shit that we do. So this is why I want to encounter a lot of the other bosses before I fight him. You can just DPS him during his monologue. You kind of can. He won't sit through it all, you know, like forever, so it depends on how quickly I can actually damage him. If I stack a bunch of volcano pots on him, it might be enough, but if I can't get him down quickly, he will heal up a lot of the damage that we do against him with a quick little Estus flask, you know, flask of crimson tears use. Because he gets a lot of healing out of that. Let's go this way first. Not that I need this stuff, but again, I like collecting things. Even on challenge runs. Hello? I didn't get the item that's over here, did I? I guess we're gonna want to do the Radagon stuff too down here, although, I don't know, maybe we just skip that. We don't really need to do Gold Mask's quest. Or Corrin's, for that matter. I just don't know that I specifically want to go out of my way to get Law of Regression and go through all that fucking bullshit just for shit that I don't need, so I think we'll skip it. I will pick up the stuff that's down here, though. You know you could reach the item from there? Yeah, that's kind of how you're meant to get to it. I know with normal runs you can, but in this challenge, I don't know if you can. Yeah, any normal run, I would not be at all concerned for Gideon. He's really not that big of a deal. I thought I had a different weapon equipped again. And I also really did not want to fall there, but I guess it's fine. Man, those perfumers were very passive. Alright, now this fool, on the other hand. Alright, that works. Way less annoying than the Siafra Aqueduct one, because he just does like the... He likes doing the shorter range horn attack instead of the long range shoulder charge. Damn, I thought we'd catch him. We were a little bit too slow. Not like we need Barrier of Gold all that bad anyway, but... Okay. Craft those back up. Leave that alone. Grab the Bolt of Grand Sax while we're here, I guess. So we've got it if we want it for something in the future. As soon as you feel like jumping up there, buddy. I know you can do it. Come on. Why are you being so weird about this? Why? Okay. It's just, it doesn't, it's not great about letting you make that jump unless you, like, go straight at the railing. Which is very strange because, you know, it just makes you, it kind of forces you to jump, like, well off to the side. What does Barrier of Gold even do? It's like Thops's Barrier, if you're familiar with that one. It's just kind of like a sort of stronger version. So it's like spell negation, stuff like that for, you know, if you time it right. It's a pretty actually good defensive spell. It's just a lot of people don't bother using those barrier spells very often unless they're going for something really specific in like a PvP build or something like that, or occasionally maybe to cancel out something like Elden Stars. What? Oh, you fucking... Okay. That was some fucking bullshit. That grab came out instantaneously. Alright. Not my best Black Knife Assassin fight, but I'll take it. Alright, now we're not through the woods yet. We need to fight Morgott. Also, I have my other talisman slot. I need to actually equip something, probably. Probably not another Scorpion Charm yet, until I know for sure what it is that I want to actually use here. I don't really want to have extra damage on me for something that would just be like to have temporarily. Now, the Ritual Sword Charm is probably our go-to here. Extra intelligence for more crystal dart damage wouldn't hurt, although 5 points isn't going to make the biggest difference. I feel like we just want Ritual Sword Talisman in this case, out of what we've got. You know, in the future, we might want to pick up something like the Winged Sword Talisman or Rotten Winged Sword Talisman. The consecutive attacks damage increase might work for some of the shit that we have. I'd at least like to try it and see. Alright, before we fight Morgott, because I have no idea how well this is going to go, I think we're going to squeeze out an extra level just to use up the runes we have, or we could go buy some shit if we feel like we need it. Although I am pretty well stocked on most things, so... yeah, let's just level up. So we need like 40-something thousand, I think. That'll easily do it, but I don't want to spend quite that much. Give me the 15k one. 29. So that should be 39 and change. So a little over 6,000 more. That should be just enough to give us a level and leave us with not many runes worth losing. Okay. So if we die a bunch, it's not the end of the world, aside from having to potentially go farm stuff. Once again, not the end of the world. Alright. For Morgott, I still think volcano pots are probably going to be our best bet. It's occurred to me that I have just, like, not really been using magic pots at all since I got the recipe for them. We probably will on something eventually, but I don't know. Volcano pots / fire pots are still going to be, like, the best thing against something like Radagon, because he's weaker to fire than most other things. Elden Beast, I have no clue how that's going to go down, to be perfectly honest. That's going to be one of the harder parts of the run, just because we have to do 2 bosses back to back without really getting a chance to really, like, craft anything in between. Maybe once Radagon is dead, it'll somehow give me the chance to craft something really fast, but I don't think I'm going to have enough time. Especially if we need to heal and buff in between, so it's going to be difficult to do. Hey, Melina, how's it going? I'd love to summon you, but we're kind of not doing that right now, so... But she can be kind of fun to have in the fight, especially because she's got some unique abilities. Alright, let's do that. Let's also use one of these for the hell of it. Let's give this a try. Gideon's a pushover with a melee build. Yeah, with a decently upgraded melee build, you can easily just destroy Gideon, like, before he has a chance to do much of anything. There goes our barrier. Also, I mistimed that pretty bad somehow. And that, I rolled it too early. It's been a while since I've fought Morgott, so it's going to take me a minute to get used to his timings again. I feel like our Volcano Pot damage is pretty good, though, at least with buffs, so I'm not too concerned about our damage. We just need to, I need to get my roll timings under control here. So we didn't really use much there. I'm going to forgo the Exalted Flesh for now, though, because it is just physical damage bonus, and while that will be useful, I don't think we want to start the fight with it. Besides, now that we have the Ritual Sword Talisman, we can get a little bit of extra damage at the start of the fight anyway, presumably. Damn it. Really thought I rolled that one. Okay, camera. Can't. Fucking camera. Elden Ring, you gotta give me the little bit. Like, just throw me a little bit of a bone when it comes to the camera, please. I died entirely because I couldn't fucking see what he was doing. And I was trying to move the camera and lock on, but of course it just didn't lock onto him, so my camera just reset the other direction twice. Well, now we definitely don't need to worry about those runes, but that's why I spent them ahead of time anyway, so that we wouldn't really need to worry about them in the first place. Alright, just a good start of the fight, please. That's all I'm really looking for. I will at least get these out of the way, just so I'm not distracted by them. God damn it, stop being short. What? Okay. I thought I was out of the range. I'm gonna get hit here. Nope, okay, just enough time. I rolled! Fuck you! What the hell, game?
Stained by my curse, such shame I cannot bear. Thy part in this shall not be forgiven.
My stamina back. Hey, nice. Just waiting for that bleed to proc. Alright. Not too bad, all things considered. We just needed to have, like, a good start to the fight, really.
Tarnished. Thou art but a fool. The Erd Tree wards off all who deign approach. We are all forsaken. None may claim the title of Elden Lord. Thy deeds shall be met with failure, just as I.
So sorry, Morgoth. I do like that you can get, like, a couple of good summons for this fight. But I feel like it's... people have a tendency to miss them a lot, depending on the order of events that they decide to do, as well as just whether or not they're paying attention, I guess, because it's really easy to miss, like, Melena's summon sign even. Just not notice that it's there. Craft those. Just get those out of storage.
Hello again, old friend. Allow me a moment to converse with you. You are unable to enter the Erd Tree, no? Prevented by the mantle of barbs. The thorns are impenetrable, a husk of the Erd Tree's being that spurns all that exists without. The only way to stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord is to pass the thorns. My purpose serves to aid in that very act. So I'd like you to undertake a new journey to the Flame of Ruin.
Okay, sorry.
And guide.
I gotta skip the rest of this. Okay, so now finally we can go to the mountaintops, which means we can get a lot of the shit that we want. We're almost there at 30 vigor. So if we make our way here, go through the Forbidden Lands and all that, There is the Black Blade Kindred. We don't technically have to fight the Black Blade Kindred. We can skip it if we want to, which I might for now, just because it's another pain in the ass enemy, much like the other gargoyles. Not that I think it'll be too difficult to kill, but I feel like I want to just wait until I've got a little bit more stuff. But I want to at least get to the mountaintop so that we can just quickly get to our whatever graces that we need to be able to like farm stuff for Giant's Flame Pots and freezing pots like relatively quickly, I guess. Even if we're not going to necessarily farm those up much right now, I want to at least get that stuff kind of like figured out. I don't even know specifically what I'm going to end up using. I feel like freezing pots would probably be the bigger go-to most of the time. I just have to figure out like a good farm for Rhymed Crystal Bud. Now, the best farm is likely going to be in Consecrated Snowfield, so we may have to kind of wait until we get there, but we'll see. Get wrecked. I don't remember if there's going to be much in here that I actually want, but I might as well just look around. Perfect. Okay. I feel like I'm getting a little bit better at just like unlocked throwing of pots, at least judging the distance for it, you know. I definitely fuck it up a lot, but we've been getting there though. Definitely going to need a lot of these sorts of things if we end up wanting to use Bewitching Branches for Commander Nile. I hope to not have to do that fight several times, but I know that guy also hits like a fucking truck. And with his ads early game, that they're going to be potentially annoying too. Or, sorry, early in the fight. Yeah, that was correct. Not early game. So yeah, we'll see. The other possible thing we can do during that fight is just do our best to evade the ads and do as much damage to Niall as possible, because once he hits 50% HP, his phase will transition anyway, and the ads will just disappear, so we don't specifically have to fight them. It's just sometimes easier to deal with them via like a bewitching branch on at least one of them or something to that end. He's not dead. Okay. And so I did the Neo fight. I ignored the ads. Apparently when I did that fight, a lot of people didn't know that if he hits 50%, the ads just go away. Yep. That is correct. And yeah, I guess it would make sense that a lot of people would just sort of assume that that's not how it works, because, you know, that's just not how it works in most fights. Typically, in most fights where there are ads, the ads will stay in the boss fight until the boss is at least dead, or sometimes you gotta kill both. But yeah, for him at the very least, his will just disappear. It's really not where I thought that was gonna go. Okay, lingering hitbox. Really felt a little bit robbed on that one, but also not sure why I didn't get a roll there, but that one was all me. I just mistimed the fuck out of that one. Well, I guess at least the perfumer didn't aggro during that, so that's usually good. Stop jumping right as I throw, please. Alright, we got there. Free exalted flesh, sure. What did you drop? Miranda powder, right? That's usually useful. At least for aromatics. Looks like that's basically everything, though. Okay. We got them all. We don't need to craft anything else. We can just let the Grace restock us. So that should be everything to collect through here, I think. Let's just head on up. And then once we've established this stuff, we can, if we want, I guess, go back to the subterranean shunning grounds and get that stuff done. Like I said, I'm probably not going to do Sewer Moog for a while, though. Just because he's... yeah, he's going to be kind of annoying to deal with. He's immune to all statuses because he's an illusion, technically. So I can't exploit the good bleed and shit on him like regular Moog. So it's just all damage. And in theory, you know, we would probably have enough damage, and we can probably also use the Shackle. I'm not above using Moog's Shackle for that fight. Oh, I'm out of FP. I was like, I shouldn't be out of darts already. I'm getting a little low, though, and there are actually a couple more enemies up here to fight that I sort of kind of forgot about, so I should probably craft a few more yet. Of course, there's an invisible wall right there. now. Dude, even your horse is tanky. Am I going to the tower? Yes. Or not really the tower, but the elevator specifically. No. Okay. I knew I should have hit him something with more direct. That's fine. We don't need when he drops. Now, as far as the tower is concerned, like, I will go over there because obviously there's a boss fight in that direction, but we're not going to do it right this second. We'll go down here first. Blade of Calling, also another kind of neat weapon. Alright, now, on our way here, yeah, like I said, I think I'm just gonna ignore the Blackblade Kindred for the moment, but we will come back, since I'm probably gonna do all bosses, we will come back and fight him and the Fell Twins and all that shit that's around here. Also another level, so let's just go ahead and grab that now. Is that enough? I should have just checked status, but okay, it is. Alright, there's our 30 vigor. We're just shy of 1,000 HP. That's not the worst. It's not the best, but you know, we might even level up a little bit more vigor on this run depending on how things go. We'll see, but I definitely want to at least get some more dexterity and int for some more damage, because we're likely going to need it for stuff like Rykard anyway, even if we do use like the buffs and whatnot. I hate that the Feltia twins feel like, oops, I should have not looked at chat right then, but it's fine. I hate that they look like, feel like shitty Four Kings, just because they like pull you into like some weird nondescript abyss thing. I don't necessarily mind it, but I do get what you're saying though. Like, it's a little silly that there's supposed to be some sort of like representation, like Omen-esque representation of Moog and Morgott. But yeah, they're a little bit weird. I was kind of hoping he would just forget I existed for a hot second. I swear there used to be like a way that you could just more easily climb up over here. I wonder if they changed this. They might have altered the terrain here, because it used to be pretty easy to just walk up here. I'm apparently out of stamina still. Or whatever, we don't need those butterflies all that bad or anything. Just leave me be, sir. I don't want any. Thank you. You got a little bit close there. Okay, we're all good now. I'm not gonna go back for those butterflies or anything. We don't need them. I have to do shit around the house today, but I'm thinking I'm gonna take a nap first. Yeah, understandable. I could really use a nap, honestly. My sleep has been kind of like all fucked up lately. Maybe if I don't go like super crazy long with stream today, I'll see if I can squeeze one in after or something, but I don't know. I usually just don't have the time. I'd love to just like try to go to bed a little early one of these nights, but it keeps like not working out for me. How you been feeling, by the way? I didn't really ask. Alright, there we go. Fire blossoms. What is early bed for you? So I normally get up at like 5 in the morning, which is not entirely because I want to, but that's just sort of where we are. So typically, I should be going to bed by no later than like 9, but oftentimes I get to bed around like 11 or midnight. So I'm very much in a sleep deficit lately, and it's not been great for me. But yeah. On days where I can kind of make it work, I try to sleep in a little bit, but it's hard for me to get a lot of sleep past 5 o'clock just because my dog wants to get up then. The household is usually up anyway, as in my roommate, or is usually getting up around then. Sometimes my roommate sleeps in, and but I'm just such a light sleeper that, you know, since we're both on the same floor, like, I don't know, it's really difficult for me to really sleep through any noise that, my roommate might make, especially if my dog kind of reacts to that, and then, you know, then he wants to get up. I do sometimes like to kill Shabriri here for the Ronin set, but I will probably hold off on doing that. I don't really feel like talking to him, though. There's no reason to. Specifically, aside from just getting his voice lines, which are admittedly fun, but we can always talk to him later. So yeah, I could probably do a lot of farming around like the Zamor ruins and stuff, not on stream. For Fire Blossom. I just need to see, because I don't remember, I didn't do the markup for Mountaintops, or, well, I did adjust some markup stuff in the long run for Mountaintops and Consecrated, just some things that missed originally just because they were very easy to miss things. But as far as doing the main markup for these areas, it was not my area to mark up, so I never really like got as especially familiar with this place as I did compared to something like Altus Plateau or Mount Gelmir or any of that shit. When I was doing the guides, I mean. So I don't remember where, if at all, you can find much in the way of Rhymed Crystal Bud in the Mountaintops. I feel like you can, but it might just be specific to the Consecrated Snowfield, so I have to like look because I genuinely don't remember. So there's plenty of Fire Blossom here, which we want anyway. I just also want Rhymed Crystal Bud even more so, honestly, for freezing pots, because we might use them more than Giant's Flame pots, or maybe a mix of the two. but we already have volcano pots, so when it comes to like resetting freezing with fire damage, we can already accomplish that if we want to. Sometimes you don't want to do that because you want the damage bonus from frostbite, at which point, you know, depending on if we feel like we need that for certain fights, I may have to switch from volcano pots to something else. But on fights where that's likely to matter, like on something like Rykard, we're not going to want to use volcano pots anyway, more than likely, because I think his fire resistance is too high for those to be particularly good, even with the continuous damage. Right, I'm going to walk in here just to reset everybody's aggro and get this brace for later. Also, hey Lizette, how's it going? Also, hey Anna, how's it going? Good to see you both. Welcome in. There's another Mariner around here? Yes, there is one in the mountaintops. He's not technically a boss fight Mariner. He's like a strong enemy or mini boss, whatever you would like. We always refer to those in for our guide, internal guide work stuff as strong enemies, but in other words, he doesn't have a regular boss health bar that displays on the screen. He just has like a health bar over his head. But yes, there is one in the mountaintops, right like there-ish, one of those little cliff edges there. Then further over is the Deathrite bird that everybody hates. Self included. That guy sucks. I guess we could kill this, fire prelate, but, in order to do so, we kind of have to, like, kill a bunch of these, too, just so that they don't aggro. He's probably not going to take much damage from volcano pots either. We should be able to bleed him. What do y'all take damage-wise from this? Probably not as much as some others, but yeah, you're a little resistant, but you still took decent damage, I guess. Might be enough. I don't remember if we need to really kill them all. I'm not going over there. It should be fine. It's definitely a little resistant to that. Alright, Kukri's still coming in clutch. We can ignore those ones. Let's just start making our way across the old lengthy long bridge here. Just in case, I'm going to drink this. We shouldn't need it, but if I somehow do get clipped by one of these arrows while I'm trying to go past here... Loot. That was a little bit of a scary slide there. It took me by surprise. Oh my god, pick up the item. Pick up the item. Alright, he doesn't start aiming at you until you get right past this, so it's fine, but... he just refused to fucking pick that shit up, though. Yeah. I kind of did that a little bit weird, but that's why I wanted to bubble. Now hopefully we can get past before you shoot again. Yes, we're fine. Okay. Alright, sorry, let me get to the grace up here and then I will read chat. I will read chat again. All caught up. soon as I figure out where the fuck it is. Is there not another Grace here? I could have sworn there was. I mean, we could just kill him, I guess, but... maybe I'm thinking of the one on the other side of the Giant's Bridge. I'm aware that that's, like, insanely loud. These enemies always make so much goddamn noise when they take damage. Alright, took me so long to figure out what those statues indicated. Oh, the catacomb guide ones, yeah. They're weird. I've been stuck in several internet rabbit holes and I just crawled out. Well, I hope that you had a good trip. Hopefully not a bad one. I always refer to those enemies as Smo's mom, or maybe they're his hot sisters. Oh, the fire prelates? Or the, I assume that's what you mean. Sis and I had the same issue finding that Grace when she was here. My boyfriend showed me what hentai was, had no idea before. Well, congratulations, and also I'm so sorry, I guess. Gonna endeavor to not sell a bunch of smithing stones at this point, just because we're probably gonna want, especially the later end ones, we're probably gonna, if I want to repurpose this character after it's like done with the game for anything, I want to make sure that I can just use some stuff for levels. Not that I can't buy a bunch of them, but you know, if I get all the bell bearings for them, of course. But it's not especially worth just selling like somber 7s and 8s and shit like that when we could get better benefit out of them. Okay, camera. For some reason, I always feel like this Grace is lower down, like right after the bridge. I always forget that you have to climb up to up the little ramp to get here first. So I'm always looking for it, like, just past the giant, the archer golem. Not realizing that, you know, it's much closer than, or, you know, a little bit further away than I think it is. But not that far. So yeah, maybe there isn't any real rhymed crystal bud here. Like I said, I couldn't really remember if there was like some areas that had it or if it was just none. So far it's looking like not really much at all, but like I said, don't get me wrong, I've been through the area a million times. I just never really paid a lot of attention to it when I was doing the guide stuff, so I don't remember what all you can find rhymed crystal bud wise here, or if it's just consecrated snowfield for the good farms of that, or really any reliable source of it. Because you can obviously get like some pickups here and there otherwise, but to be able to farm it up, I think you may have to go there. We'll see what we find. Let's go over here first really quick. the grace over this way. I do want to go that way, though. On just a second, y'all. Alright, sorry. It was being delivered a puppy dog. Roommate has to go out. I would like to get you to break this, but I might need the other one to do it because I don't think you come close enough by yourself. Just have him do it real fast, or... Hang on, let me just do this. Getting the bell bearings means doing a bunch of bad fights, though. It does, but if I'm going to be doing all bosses anyways, it doesn't really matter. Assuming I do all bosses, but I am leaning towards that at this point, so... I haven't officially put it, like, in the title or anything, because, you know... I'm still slightly on the fence about it, but I'm definitely, like, more... Yeah, this is one of the ones I'm not sure that you can break by quitting out next to it, because it always wants to reset your position, like, a little bit away from it for whatever reason. Just try, like, right here really quick. As long as you agree that the bell-bearing hunters are bad fights. Oh, they are. They're not as bad as Elimer himself, just because that little room he's in sucks, but... But, you know, I wasn't even really referring to, like, the other bell bearings. I was meaning more like for the ones specifically for smithing stones, which you don't really get from the bell bearing hunter. But, you know, for all bosses, I'll need to kill him anyway. Okay, we can't break it on that side. Right, let me get up here and get this grace. What was that? How did that statue break? So, the way that you load into this game as a means of having like a sort of unstuck, I think is the reason for it. But when you load in, the game always tries to put you on flat surface if it can. And sometimes if it detects that you're like in something, it'll kind of move you, but if you're near anything that's destructible, the other thing that they did was to program in that as you're loading in, you have, I don't know if it's entirely intentional or not. I assume it is for, like I said, for reasons of being unstuck if you are somehow like on or sort of in something that would respawn. Because, you know, like, let me give you an example. If you're fighting the tree sentinel in the beginning of Limgrave, and you run into the church thinking that you're going to have cover from him there, and then he bashes the walls apart and then fights you in the church as well. You know, you begin to realize, oh shit, the walls here are destructible too. But let's say you decide to quit out of the game while you're standing where one of those walls would have been. Normally the game will just kind of try to shove you one way or the other when you respawn, so you're not spawning directly where that wall would have been. You know, it'll just try to take your otherwise last known location. However, as an extra added layer of meaning to not spawn you in some sort of object when it gets respawned from quitting or loading back in, or potentially reloading an area is the whole thing. Your character, when spawning into the game, upon reloading, resting, whatever, creates like a little very momentary hitbox that does enough of the sort of environmental damage that you would need that certain attacks are capable of doing in the game. not generally any player attacks, but like attacks from certain creatures, that cause things to become destroyed. So basically, if you just quit out next to something that you want to be destroyed, that you would normally have to get an enemy to break, specific enemies, if you quit out next to it, if you're standing in just the right spot, and load back in, you are not necessarily in the item or in the object that you're trying to break, but you're just close enough to it that your hitbox, your spawn in hitbox, can still effectively hit it as you're spawning in. And it'll do that big environmental hit, causing whatever that structure is to immediately break. So you can use that on things like statues, breakable statues, breakable walls, whatever, as a means of just getting through something that you otherwise need an enemy to break without having to have the enemy break it. I kind of want to like just show you what I'm talking about. I don't remember which all things are breakable here. I'm pretty sure the pillars are, although I don't know how well this will work in this particular section. We can give it a try. It helps to kind of like stand next to something for a minute so that the game saves your position, but we'll see, because it might just like push me away. It just sort of pushed me away, but then again, actually may have just not saved my position here yet, so... But, like, you get the idea. Like, yeah, it forces collision as soon as you load in, but it's a specific type of collision that causes a high impact of environmental damage, so that anything that around you that would be breakable, that you could potentially get stuck in, just automatically gets broken. Hang on, I just want to see if I can actually break this now. I understand that you know what I'm talking about, but we'll just do it once. Nah, it's loading my nearest position, since it doesn't like me trying to load in on around this thing. It's not even specifically because of the statue lean. There's certain spots where you can make this work, but you have to like find the right spot where it's not going to try to like reload your position somewhere, because the game basically has like anything directly around this pillar should theoretically be flagged for you to be not on like flat surface, or what the game considers flat surface. So it'll spawn me the last known position further back from it instead. And the game does that in a means of like trying to prevent you from like spawning in and falling to your death immediately. Not that shit like that doesn't happen, but you'll notice that typically you can't just like, if you quit out mid-fall, you don't spawn back in mid-fall. You might be on a surface that's a little bit slidey and still manage to slide off and not really be able to recover. But no matter what, the game will always usually try to spawn you somewhere where you're like standing rather than falling, which is why you can use the quit out method to save yourself from a fall a lot of the time. It's the same general principle there. It's always looking for the right kind of like surface to put you on. But that little extra collision thing is kind of there as like an extra added layer of functionality for, getting you back going in the game, so that you're not stuck in any way potentially. But there's just ways that you can potentially exploit that for certain things. You just have to kind of finagle it for certain objects that are breakable, and other ones you may just not really be able to do. But nicely enough, the things that you typically need to break in order to access like an item, usually you can actually break with a quit out without having to get something to break it for you. It's not necessarily the case all the time, but most of the time you can. All right. Damn, he spawned all the way up there already. Don't particularly want to get laser beamed. I don't think he's going to have any chance of hitting me from there, but it's interesting that the Tibia Mariner stuff aggroed while I was just passing by down there. I'm not saying I've never seen that happen before, but it doesn't normally. Alright, let's see here. There's the merchant. Might have something we want. I don't know if he will, but I want to check and see.
Some a customer? Well,
Is someone customer? Rejuvenating boluses? That's... Except for Deathblade? This one's for Witch again here. Yes, we don't really need that recipe, to be honest.
something else.
The rune arcs are certainly potentially nice. Thawfrost boluses can be useful in certain situations, but they're not something I overly care about, so... yeah, just another guy to potentially come see if we need rune arcs, I guess. I always forget, like, how many messages you can run into with people when you're just, like, playing online. Sometimes people really spam the fuck out of them all over the place. I'm assuming in some of these cases it's because they were trying to lead people to the merchant there, but there's just, like, a trail of messages. Did we get the jellyfish? We did. We can go ahead and do this, that's fine.
Dear sister, you find me here. No time to waste. Let's see the stars.
At least they said hentai specifically and not any of the weird borderline illegal subgenres. Oh well, for sure. I wasn't even really thinking about anything like that, but yeah, definitely. If he had recommended something like that, I would have recommended finding a new boyfriend. Yeah. Indeed. You're just introducing someone to it then? Don't start with the crazy stuff. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, not exactly good if we're talking about anything illegal or borderline illegal, at least, but, certainly even outside of that, there's some stuff that's just kind of weird and bizarre, I would imagine, and that might be a little bit much for anyone new to it. Okay, let's go. We should go up and across. I mean, ultimately, we want to get over here, of course, too, but I kind of want to do this little spot as well, or at least get it discovered. Sorry, had to cough. I guess let's get a grace before we like try fighting the avatar here. We should have definitely the means of doing that just fine. We have plenty of fire shit, which they are eternally weak to, so might as well. I remember, is there a grace off to the side on this one, or am I thinking of something else? It might have been one like further on this edge, but maybe not. It's been a bit, so I don't really remember. Just grab this one. This will do just fine. So yeah, if we want, we can kill the Tibia Mariner that's here. We could try doing some stuff with Holy Pots. I don't know. Which Catacombs is Golden Epitaph in again? I did say that, like, we might use some buffs here and there. I don't really want to, like, just go crazy with it. But, hold on. Golden Epitaph. I mean, we have Sacred Order in Ash of War, I think, so we could just use that, I guess. But Golden Epitaph might just be easier. It is in Aritza Hero's grave, that's right. I know it's in like a Stone Sword key room, I just couldn't remember which location. But having that available for fighting shit like Deathrite Birds and shit like that, along with like Holy Pots, would certainly make those fights a little bit less annoying to deal with. It doesn't quite go along with the Consumables only thing, which is why I'm still kind of like unsure exactly how much of that I want to do. Alright, snail. I guess we could just see what our damage is like without it, but the last time I tried Holy Pots on the Tibia Mariner, it did like next to nothing. I mean, our faith isn't particularly high, so that makes sense. I just wish there was like a consumable buff that gave you better faith. I could always put like Holy Scorpion Charm on, and instead of like one of these things, I could go with like a faith talisman, but I just know that Sacred Order pots are typically not going to be worth it because they are too kind of expensive to craft, like materials wise, because you need like golden centipedes and shit like that for them, which is not really worth spending a ton on. What's up, buddy? Come here. Hold on, my dog seems confused. 1 second. All right, sorry. He had hopped down from his little bed and went to go like sit on the couch, and then he came back, and then he wasn't sure about hopping back up again. So, let's just see what our damage is like with what we have, rather than dealing with like Holy Pots. When it comes to Tibia Mariners, I think that they don't have quite the same level of weakness as something like Deathrite Birds and Death Birds. In those things cases, you get the most like just absurd holy damage against those particular enemy types, but this is admittedly not the craziest damage, but could be worse. No, 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 no. Let me... Okay. I really wish you could cancel a throw sometimes. It's really annoying when you just have to, like, force yourself to take damage because you committed to a jar throw. Yeah. Nice. Mid-air kill. Elfin Steeple. Interesting sword, to say the least about it. Alright, the rest should be fine. Just heal up a little bit here. I don't want to trigger the death right, or sorry, the death bird until I've got some close by graces active. Which there should be one down here for the... So I'm thinking in the wrong place. There should be one for, like... Where's the tunnel? Maybe that's a different spot that I'm thinking of. Or not tunnel, but cave or whatever. Oh, whatever. We can just go down towards Castle Soul. That'll be fine. And he's aggroed. Or not. I guess he just spawned. He didn't actually aggro. Wonder if the makers of the Seamless Co-op mod happen to, like, do anything to fix mausoleums here. Also, this mausoleum is kind of weirdly just, like, chilling here, not doing anything. But they used to, like, regularly crash Seamless Co-op. Okay, so that just doesn't work. Hopefully he will sit down. I don't remember if this is, like, any sort of an intentional thing here. Okay, I think he's going to now. Yes. I don't recall if it's a thing that, you know, they just sometimes... Or this one just stops interacting when there's, like, a certain thing going on here, or if it just gets a little buggy sometimes. I honestly don't recall, but yeah, when the mausoleum bell is going, this is kind of an annoying spot to be in for sure. But all right, let's see. We could see what our damage is like, I guess, against the Deathrite Bird here, but I think we were probably going to wait on that one for a little bit. Just until we get some more stuff. I do want to come back up here and fight this avatar, though. Let's just go ahead and get that out of the way, because I said that I was going to. But yeah, we're going to make Castle Soul a thing sooner rather than later so that we can get to Consecrated Snowfield and be able to do have like good farms for our freeze pots and shit, because we are going to want freezing pots. And volcano pots just wreck these guys. Kind of like especially even when there's two of them, because, I mean, I didn't really have them stacked up for very long, but two targets that share the same health bar that take twice as much damage because there's two targets just make volcano pots just kind of chew right through them. Alright, that part's done. I'm trying to think if there's anything else mountaintop specific that we really need. I can't really think of anything. Obviously, we'll do the fire giant eventually, but we don't need to be in a rush for that. I might go back and do some early game stuff here soon, but I think maybe Castle Sol is going to be on the agenda next for anything like big, so I guess we start going back into dexterity now. Dex or int. But I think we get more out of dex overall, so let's start with that. I'm going to go back here. I want to buy the bewitching branches this guy has. I should get the recipe for it as well. I gotta look that up again because I forget exactly where it is. But there's tons of early game stuff that we should be able to kind of just like trounce at this point. With the amount of like resources and damage we can put out. Buy your 5 branches. Hopefully I won't need to use them all. I just hope it's going to just depend on how decently that fight goes. I don't want to have to craft like a million of these because, like I said, they use rare materials. So let me take a look at Bewitching Branch again so I can remember where you're supposed to get it from. Because I cannot recall off the top of my head. It is Bewitching Branch. Oh, I was looking at just the branches you could buy, and I was like, that's where I am. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, that's right. So we have to go find Mogwin Palace and then get, talk to, well, we have to find the map for it, I guess. And then we have to give it to, or speak with Gideon in order for him to give us the recipe. So that's probably not gonna happen before we do what we're doing here. We could go buy another, or find another 3... the lower ledge north of the Church of Pilgrimage at Weeping Peninsula. Right, so if we need them, there's one other place I guess we could try to get them, but we're gonna have to just try to hope that this 5 works for us. If we need it, I might not even try to use them right off the bat. Maybe we'll try it once, just throw it on one knight really quickly at the very start of the fight, and then we're just gonna start chucking shit at Neal. But honestly, the fight would be easier. He's very passive in phase 1, so it's usually easy enough if you keep your distance anyway. To get him to just take a bunch of damage from something like Volcano Pods, because he's not going to be moving around like crazy. But you obviously need to kind of like be evasive with the knights while you're doing that if you're just trying to focus on him, so... I guess we're doing this. Alright. Come on. Still managed to get hit there. Alright, that's one down at least. Is the other one? Yep, he's fully aggroed. Come into the doorway, please. It's just a less aggravating way of fighting you, so... At least with, you know... If you have melee, it's a bit of a different story, but... Come here, thank you. Ow. I'm being a little cavalier about it here, but there we go. Honestly, fighting those two lions is kind of annoying to do legit anyway, so I don't really care if we cheese them. I usually don't bother cheesing them because I don't have a good way to cheese them anyway. Because the only way, you know, to cheese them really, at least like right at the beginning here, is to use this door, but then they've got that stupid frost breath and shit anyway, and if you're using melee, half the time trying to get them stuck in the door isn't really advantageous for you anyways, so it's not super useful. I've used his branches at Castle Soul most of the time because Double Swordman wrecks me harder than the boss. When I had the Mimic, he wrecked her too. Yeah. I think nothing's quite as bad as the red-eyed Double Sword Banish Knight Phantom that exists like over on that side of the castle that teleports behind you, you know, the Nothing Personnel Knight. Like, as far as all of the Banished Knights are concerned, that one's probably the worst one in the whole game. The ones that are in the Niel boss fight can be tough, but that guy has a lot of HP, has a lot of damage, he's hyper aggressive because of the red eye buff, which makes things more aggressive. And, you know, just all in all, he's annoying to deal with. Oh, God. I was trying to hit him with a little bit of fire and do it in like a sort of unlocked way, but I kind of fucked up my positioning and then accidentally like spun my camera around the other way, so... Wait, no, you were supposed to come here. Now you're stuck over there and it's annoying me because I'm just wasting pots for no reason. Damn it, I just cannot throw that shit fast enough. There we go. Annoying ass bird. Guess the soul is very scary to me overall. Yeah, I can understand that. It's kind of a scary place. There's a lot of shit that happens here, and a lot of it's not, you know, friendly or easy to deal with. Like all these stupid Banished Night Phantoms and shit. Hang on, let me go the other way first. And I'm gonna go for like a few minutes here, but I am gonna need a restroom break here shortly, so I think once we get like either to the next grace or right before the boss, we will oops, did it again. Somewhere around there we will. Oh, I did not need a second one. Okay. Except for that guy, I guess. Wow. So I had 999 volcanic stone when I started. I'm sure I've taken everything out of storage that I had too. We're already down to 525. I've just been using it a bunch. We haven't farmed it all since I started the stream. But you really do use it up quickly when you're throwing volcano pots left, right, and center. Okay. Maybe I should have gotten the grace first. I don't know. This fucking little run through sucks. Oh, don't body block me, you piece of shit. Woo. Why am I stuck on the lip of the fucking thing? Okay. Just, oh, fuck you. That's some bullshit. I don't know that I would have survived that anyway, because we took damage clearly at the end of that fall. I was kind of gambling a little bit because I got slightly overwhelming odds towards the end there. I should have just fought some of them, but I had to get up on the thing first because fighting them, well, you know, from some other angle with the ballistas is just never really fun to do. Hold on a moment. Alright, sorry about that. I kind of wish... I don't think I could angle a throw from all the way over here. But I wish that I could. Being able to target like some of these dudes from over here would be really nice. If only that one on the corner up there didn't spawn. Be a little bit more of a friendly place. So I don't remember for sure, but I want to say he... Does he keep me in combat here? Oops. Oh, he doesn't. Okay. Let's see if maybe we can angle a firebomb up there. Alright, that's one less thing throwing shit at us while we're making this run, at least, plus one less guy to just be chasing us around up there. Now, the problem is just dealing with this a-hole. fucking hell. Of course, I walked too fucking close to it. Oh, what? Come on. Just give me the proper movement, please. There we go. One less a-hole. Now we just gotta see if we can somehow deal with this one without it being a problem. Can I somehow angle this from all the way over here? Well, I think so, yes. But we need to actually be aiming the right way, since that somehow didn't want to work for us. Okay, we also need the little bit of a lip. So hopefully this will somehow still reach. Ah, for fuck's sake. Really? Okay. I guess that's just one way of dealing with it. You can just get to just the right angle and you've got something nice like some decent range pots, and they don't even specifically need to be volcano pots if you can land like at least a close by hit with AoE, but obviously the volcano pots make that a little easier. But yeah, on my way over through here, like, the guys got like a little overwhelming, and I was just like, I'm just gonna gamble and drop, but then he somehow still managed to hit me in the head as I was going down, which did extra damage. So I had only like a sliver of HP left by the time I got to the bottom. Leave me alone, bird. Don't fly in here. Alright, hold up a second. I'm gonna run to the bathroom now. Hopefully he'll de-aggro instead of trying to find some way to get to me. And then I can, like, craft before I run through here. But, yeah, I will be back in just, like, 1 minute. BRB. Alright. Sorry about the wait. Let's go ahead and craft up a few more of these. I think we're just gonna run inside, and then we can fight these guys on the way back. So we can grab the grace quickly. This night's always a little bit of a question mark regarding trying to do that, but... Alright. Now we're fine. It's alright, you can kill me if you want. I'm just gonna respawn right here. I didn't really have time to throw down a volcano pot or anything as much as I would have liked to while they were all clustered up. Not that it really staggers things much anyway, so. Okay. This. And I don't think we quite have a level yet. We need 51,000. Let's wait until we kill a few of these enemies. Why did you aggro? What? Since fucking when? I can't fucking see, stupid banner. Thank you. I don't know that we really need anything in particular over here. I just, you know, kind of like clearing my way anyways, but... I'm not gonna kill all these guys, though. I do want to, like, salvage a little bit of resources. Let me just run up past these few and just grab what's up here. We'll rest again. Go up the ladder and deal with the other Banished Knight, I guess, if we want to. Alright. Almost have enough for a level here. Let me just go ahead and make that happen now, just in case we die up there. 51, so we need less than 1,000. Not very much. We're starting to definitely get up there in levels enough that, that it is starting to kind of take a little bit to actually get any levels. Which, of course, would have probably helped to, I suppose, kill some more things early game earlier rather than later, because we're not going to get much for going back to kill them now. But at the same time, they would have been harder to kill back then. You know, we'd be at this point in the game and still pretty much be running into the exact same issue of, like, not being particularly high level or anything and all that, so it wouldn't really make a huge difference one way or the other. Aru. Yeah, follow you, dick. He's just gonna teleport, but... I don't know what this wolf is doing. Oh, here it is. It always blends in. I was like, I could have sworn there was an item up here. Well, we don't really need to kill this guy now. They're kind of both aggroed anyway, but... yeah. I tell you what, we'll just go and rest again and continue. These guys aren't necessarily worth the resources, to be perfectly frank. It melts into the background. Yeah, it's just very... The sky in the background just being as bright as it is makes it really hard to see, even though it's like a slightly purple tinged item aura. I guess we'll go this way for a minute. I think we are very likely to get killed by the double sword knight. Oh, we did not need to. Well, for you. It is nice. As much of like a challenge as the consumable run is, at least at times, it is nice that, you know, during this run, as much as you're at like a little bit of a handicap, you still also have the means to attack pretty frequently from a distance, which allows you to kind of like attack from relative safety, among other things. Now this motherfucker has like a lot of HP. He's hyper aggressive. This is not going to do much of anything, but I'm just going to throw one here. I should have like dropped one next to me first. It helps if you don't miss. Oh, what the fuck? Did you end up over there? Oh, shit. Look at that tracking, though. He was going entirely the other direction, and somehow, some way, suddenly, he's facing me. It's fucking Elden Ring for you, man. No. And of course, you healed. Because if you didn't do enough bullshit already, you definitely needed a heal in there. There, we got him. All that for a Crimson, or sorry, a Cerulean Amber Medallion +1. That is, unless you're really, really lacking FP and want it, not a particularly worthwhile medallion for such a hard enemy. I guess in some ways it's nice to not have shit that's like locked behind such a hard enemy sometimes, but sometimes you're just like, when you do manage to beat a guy and then you go get the reward, you just feel a little bit gypped when the reward kind of sucks, you know? You're just like, I did all that, and all I got was this crappy commercial. Alright, we got a bunch of rats down here. My absolute all-time favorite enemies of all time. However many times I want to say time in the same sentence. Man, volcano pots really do carry this run, though. They're fucking sick. I feel like I never really particularly gave them the time of day before this, but... or most throwables in general, if I'm honest, but yeah, they do a lot of work. Okay, back up to the church. And then I guess we get ready to fight Commander Neo. Make it sound as cat-like as possible, I guess. I guess there is this room to get through first. which, this one's always a little bit interesting. You kill these guys before they scream, they shouldn't spawn any extra dudes in. Now, obviously, getting to them before that happens isn't necessarily always the easiest, but... But if you've got, like, a bow or a spell or anything, if you don't want to deal with all the Banished Knights that this dude spawns in and shit, well, and Exile Soldier Phantoms, you can just kill them before they have the chance. Yep, the Albinoric alarm system. I was wondering who the fuck I was in combat with. I don't know why that guy aggroed from wherever the fuck he aggroed from, but... But whatever, that's fine. Okay. Right, the run back here is not good. We want to go this way. This guy is aggroing from very far away. I don't like it. That's alright, we'll go the other way next time. Now I guess we'll do... we'll try a Bewitching Branch on this. I don't know how I feel about it, but we'll try it on the first attempt at least. You know, assuming we have a next time anyway. If we somehow want to first try this guy, I'll be very pleased, but I don't really expect that to happen, so... Let's see. Run! Why is he transitioning already? Is he? No, he's not. Okay. I guess he just was deciding on doing that one attack. Okay. I feel like that should not have hit me, but sure. Waiting for you to do your transition. Now he's doing it. I should have thrown some shit at him while he was doing that shit, to be honest. What? Fuck you. Okay. How did you instantly spin around to do that shit? Let's top off. No. Oh, shit. Okay. Just barely recovered on that one. I should not have thrown that then. One more. Okay. I thought I was out of range for that. Apparently I was wrong. And it went past him, of course. Damn it, it keeps like just flying over his shoulder. God damn it. Still missed. Let me build up that bleed on you, buddy. Stop letting it miss. Come on, do your shit. Don't RP walk at me. I don't like it. There we go. First try. Woo! Them volcano pots, man, what can I say? I mean, they didn't really do a crazy amount of work to them, but they did certainly carry us through a good bit of the fight. But yeah, I'd say the Bewitching Branch, it helped. Not having to worry about the double sword guy makes a pretty big difference in that fight. They did like half the fight. They did. I'm not saying they didn't do a lot of damage to him. It just took a while is what I mean. They weren't like doing a lot of damage per bomb like quickly, if that makes sense. But he also has a lot of HP, so. All right, there we go. Now we can go to Consecrated Snowfield and actually acquire some other good stuff, which I think we're going to go quickly do just real fast. I want to get at least a little bit of rhymed crystal bud so that we can make freezing pots, because that might just be kind of our main alternate pot. I'm not sure yet. We may most of the time just keep Giant's Flame pots on us. Oops, I meant to switch action. Okay. Doing the town consumables only sounds like a nightmare. Wait, what do you mean? The town? Oh, do you mean like... Do you mean like liturgical town? Ordina? Or what town are we talking about? I guess I can level up real quick. Or like the Hallig Tree area? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, some of it will probably be annoying, but I think we should be okay. We might just go to 35 dex and then swap back to int. I don't know. 40 dex is probably the max we're going to go for. Or 40 in any particular stat in general. But we'll see. I might go higher on some. It just depends on how high level we end up being with this character after we've done, like, everything. Best bet might just be to go for the yellow strat. Yeah, maybe. Mayhaps. We'll see how it goes. As far as enemies in the liturgical town go, most of them actually won't be a problem for this build, because I don't really fight the black knives at all when I'm doing that. And as for the archers, like, yeah, they can be a problem, but at times at least. Don't remember if there's going to be anything over here that I want, but trying to see if I can, like, reach you without... That damage is really, really bad. Definitely didn't need to do that for a couple of warming stones. I couldn't remember what the item was in there. Alright, let's go up here and get the grace before we, get those arms off, please. Thank you. Yeah, I want to get the grace before we go, like, down, if we're gonna go down here. I might not even do that right now. I might just come back and do it after. Nice. I think we can get away with not crafting any more of those before we sit at a grace. If we're not going to go down the other path, we should be fine. Oh, he did the grab instantly. Motherfucker. He keeps doing it. Alright. I was just sitting here like, oh yeah, we don't need to worry about it. It's fine. I think one thing I dislike about Elden Ring versus the Souls games is basically making runbacks a non-issue. It's always fun reading out the runbacks. I mean, I guess a lot of people really don't like the runbacks though, so like I get where you're coming from. But yeah, I don't especially miss the runbacks myself. Like there are times when like certain areas can be fun to do runbacks through, but a lot of them, especially depending on the Souls game, like a lot of them are really not that fun. Whether it just be like an area in general that you're running back through, or an actual you know, boss you're trying to get back to or whatever. I like the challenge of figuring out how to get back there without running into too many enemies. Pretty much always doable. Generally speaking, yes. It just depends, like I said, what it is. Some of them just feel really tedious, whether you can just run by stuff or not. Imagine wanting a golden rune 1 from a sarcophagus at this point in the game, or even a 3. Hello, Rotten Man. I kind of want to kill you for your stuff just for the hell of it, but I guess I could. You're gonna have a harder time keeping up with me on horseback, at least as long as I don't take too long to fucking throw shit. I do need to like find a genuinely better spot to fight you in though than this, because this kind of sucks. Too many little things to get caught on. He's not dead. Oh, that one went right under his arm. Okay. Thought maybe he'd drop an aristocrat head or something for me. Alright, let's see. Item crafting, give me that. Alright, let's not fight anything else on our way. Let's just make our way to where we want to go here. Oh, fuck the route there. I hope I am going the right direction, because I kind of lost my bearings a little bit. I think I am. I should be. Aru. Don't shoot me. No, don't shock me either. That's rude. I'm just trying to find my way here. Till we get to a place where it's relatively clear and I can see. There we go. Ah, nice. Eyesight. How I missed ye. Let me get to the map thingy. There should also be a grace over here. So let's stop by that first, because there's also some invasions here, and I'd prefer not to get invaded before I have a checkpoint. I do run for items instead, like in the mines. If I feel like doing run-throughs. Yeah. it just depends on what it is. Like I said, I think Elden Ring, if you're doing a quote unquote run back, actually has some nicer run backs in certain areas, but definitely anything else that's just kind of like that would be a tedious run back, they've largely kind of just given you Stakes of America. You can still choose not to. You can always rest at a grace if you want. Or respawn at a grace, I mean. Just give me all of your rhymed crystal bud, please. See, these places are much nicer for farming material because there's just a bajillion pieces of a specific thing all in one spot. I don't really want to get attacked by like archers and shit in the meantime, but yeah, it's just kind of comes with the territory a little bit. So while I'm here, I will grab the Ordina Grace as well. What are the respawn rules for mats? So you see how the material I just picked up is of like rare quality? Like it's got the purple background and shit like that. I believe anything that is considered or flagged rare does not respawn. So that would include both types of lilies, as in Trina's and Michaela's. What else? I can actually just kind of look at my list here and show you. Okay. So in terms of the stuff that grows that's rare, let's see. Aeonian butterflies and nascent butterflies and golden centipedes, all three of these are rare materials, so they do not respawn when you pick them after you've picked them up. Let's see here. Arteria leaf is another one that does not respawn when you pick it up. I can't remember if golden sunflowers respawn or not. They might not. But Trina's lily and Michaela's lily do not respawn. Sacramento bud does not respawn. Eye of Yellow does not respawn. And Gravelstone does not respawn. That should be all of them. The rest should all respawn. The only one I can't remember if it's rare or not is golden sunflowers. I feel like they are, but I could be misremembering that for sure, so I don't really remember off the top of my head. Alright, I'm not going to do the Ordina Town right now. I just wanted to get the grace while I was here. In fact, we're not going to do much while we're here right now in general. I just kind of wanted to be here so we could, you know, easily farm up rhymed crystal bud when we feel like we need it. I would like to find a better location to farm it. At least there's a lot near that one grace that we were at. But it would be nice to maybe find something a little bit better, where there's like a little bit less archers around at the very least, since they're a little on the more dangerous side. More specifically, not so much the archers that are sitting, the Albanarch archers that are sitting, but the ones that are riding wolves could give us a hard time just because they're mobile. But we should already have a fairly decent amount as it is, so that's probably good enough for right now. But yeah, in Consecrated Snowfield, if you just come to where these trees are, like any of the trees around here, the big trees, there's usually Sacramental Blood all over the place around them, so... Or sorry, Rhymed Crystal Bud, I mean. Yep, Rhymed Crystal Bud respawns. As you can see there, but... So now, if I want to make this, we have 59 Rhymed Crystal Buds. Not a lot, but, you know, if we want to make freezing pots, we can do that pretty easily now. And we can also make giant flame pots pretty easily now via the mountaintops of the giants. We can definitely farm up red blossoms, fire blossoms, whatever they're called. in that area, so that gives us pretty much everything we would want. I don't think there's any other craftable, consumable, weapons, pot or otherwise, that we are now kind of specifically desiring, with maybe the exception of ancient dragon bolts, lightning pots, but those you get in Farum Azula, so they're pretty late on, and I don't really need them because lightning is a good damage type, but it's not like necessarily better than some of the other shit we're already using. So it's good against certain enemies for sure, but we don't specifically need to go out of our way to get ancient dragon bolt pots. And on top of that, what's even the materials for that? Ancient dragon bolt. Ancient dragon bolt pot. Well, I mean, I guess there's rod pots too, but we didn't get them while we were in the Lake of Rod. I have to go find that too. These are mushroom, fulgur bloom, gravelstone. Yeah, so the gravelstones being limited means they're kind of a pain in the ass. Now, again, there are certain enemies I believe that do drop gravelstone. I know for sure they do, but the main thing is like the drop rates are pretty bad. There's ancient dragons in Farum Azula that drop them consistently, but obviously those don't respawn once you've killed them, and you only get like a few from each one. And then outside of that, I want to say the Beastmen of Farum Azula will drop some, but again, pretty low drop rate. I think maybe some miners can drop it. And I want to say there's like one other enemy type that can drop it, but I don't remember what though. Don't Rapots use Aeonian butterflies? Yes, they do. I still want the recipe, but just because we might want it for something like Rykard or potentially even Fire Giant. In hopes that we don't die too much, because obviously we have a very limited amount of Aeonian butterflies. But same deal. We can pick up a bunch where we can try to pick them up, and then the rest, they are farmable, but the farming for them is atrocious, because there's like 2 enemies in the game that drop them, and they both have terrible drop rates. And one of them is literally like the basilisks in the Lake of Rod, I believe, which is a terrible place to farm. So, obviously not exactly the most fun material to try to get a bunch of. However, that rot could still be potentially useful for us for enemies with large health pools. It'll depend, though. We'll probably prioritize just using poison for any sort of additional damage over time, as much as it would be nice to have both. Just because we're going to have such a limit on rot pots, I don't want to rely on it, because if we die, like, after triggering it, then we've just wasted those resources that we're not going to easily get back. Anything else, like when it comes to volcano pots, any of that kind of shit that, like, is easily renewable, I don't care. It's like a few minutes out of my way to just get more, but Aeonian butterflies, any of the ritual pots that require like rare materials are just ones we just don't want to generally use, because they're just not going to be great. Anyway, so now that we have our pots, let's see. Is there anything in particular that we want to go do like right away? You could lock your save. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. I know save file things is like, it's a thing people do, but I don't know. I prefer not to do that, just because I feel like it's not that necessary for this challenge. Now, if I specifically want to use rod pots or feel like I absolutely need them to succeed, that might be a different story. But, and mind you, I don't care if anyone themselves does that. If Charlie ever did a consumables only run of Elden Ring and was questioning whether or not she should make save files, I would just encourage her to make save files just to save herself some headache. I'm stubborn though, and or just kind of maybe masochistic about it or something. I don't know. I prefer not. I don't know. In some ways, it feels like a hassle for me to even mess with the save files. It's not like it's hard to do, but I just kind of don't want to. I don't need to be going here right now, but I'm just going to go. We're going to skip the dragon for the moment, but we're going to go get the, and fuck that cave, but we'll probably do it eventually. We're going to go to the other side here so that we can be ready at some point maybe to do the next part of mountaintops. Oop, hello, frost crayfish. was trying to pick up that item that he was like standing on, but it didn't want to give it to me, so I'm just gonna try to get out of here before I get sniped. Let's go to the church. I only know about it because I watched some speedrunners doing their practices. Yeah, it's very worth doing in challenge runs when you don't want to have to be forced to constantly farm shit, especially for stuff that's hard to farm. I don't begrudge anyone who wants to just kind of cut corners a little bit by using that. I don't even feel like it's especially cutting corners. It's just not something I specifically feel like doing. That's all. Let's see. What do we have at this point? We're missing one flask, I think. The max is 14, right? So we need one more. How many golden seeds do we have? So we're missing one golden seed. I mean, they give you more than enough golden seeds. I just mean we have to find one more. But yeah, I should probably get one or two more of these, Sacred Tears. I've probably skipped one or two because I noticed that our heal was not quite as big as it should be for where our level of vitality is at. When we were fighting Niall and I was getting hit for decent amounts of damage, it felt like I had to consume 2 potions to get my health back. Now, sometimes shit just hits you really hard, and that's just the case, but I felt like our heal should have been capable of healing us to full from the amount of damage I had taken. I just apparently was wrong about that because we are slightly perhaps behind on Sacred Tears. I don't know. But I haven't been to all the churches early game. I've been to most of them, I think. But I haven't been to the Church of Inhibition at the very least, and maybe one other church, I'm not sure. So we definitely weren't far from where I expected to be, just, you know, not quite where I expected. Please, Torrent, thank you. I just want you to jump, good sir. I think Vike, we're definitely putting a pin in that one for later. NPCs are definitely one of the least favorite things to fight in this shit, so... I don't know if we're going to be able to reach this one. Ooh, the kukri. Hold on, let me quickly just throw on the arrows reach talisman. Yeah, there we go. Those do specifically affect the kukri, so... But that one's just really fucking high up there. Is the input reading that bad? Yeah, it's pretty bad. NPCs, tarnished type enemies will input read the ever-loving shit out of you. When it comes to your heals, when it comes to your spell casts, when it comes to your item uses, they input read that like it's eating candy, I guess. And because of this, anything that is normally like an item, a throwable item, they just instantly roll. And most of my throwable items are not delayed throw type stuff, so that often means that in my case it is very annoying and difficult to be able to get hits in because everything will just kind of get dodged. Melania is going to be difficult for that reason too, because she's a heavy input reader. There's a lot of things that input read you in this game. It's just some things aren't as bad about, you know, just constant evasion as other things. Like the Godskin, Apostle, and Noble input read you, but sometimes they'll just do, you know, a fireball instead of just trying to dodge out of the way. In fact, they'll do it pretty frequently, and sometimes they'll just kind of ignore and just behave normally regardless. This is probably far enough. We don't really need to continue this way right now if we're going to go back and do like some early game shit. So we don't need to do Fire Giant right. Actually, I tell you what, let me get the map fragment at least, and then we can leave. But I'm not going to do like any of the locations here right now until we come back through for clearing stuff. In terms of all bosses, we don't even really need to do the Guardian's Garrison at all, but I might just do it anyways. I would like to kind of do a sort of semi-clear everything run, I guess. You know, more sort of objectively speaking, it's just going to be all bosses. We might ignore certain... It's not like we're going to kill literally every enemy, but do want to kind of just like do certain locations for the fun of it, I guess. Alright, so with that done, is there anything else we feel like we need to do before we just kind of backtrack and do some stuff? Start clearing things for all bosses stuff. I guess we can just start in Limgrave, get a lot of the early game stuff out of the way. And then when we're feeling like we want to challenge, we can come progress with mountaintops and do like the Fire Giant or some shit. That would probably be alright. Alright, bring me back to the first step. We got, we have a tree sentinel all the way back here still that we never killed, so. Never did Millennia because I just wasn't having fun with the grind. Understandable. She is a bit annoying, for sure. There's also Mogwin and Deeproot. We also have not done both parts of Ainsel River. Well, at least not the early part, I should say. Maybe we want to get to Mogwin. Alright, well, I said I would kill this guy, so let's kill this guy, but we might want to just make that a thing sooner rather than later, which we can already just go right to. We don't have to fuck with Varya's questline, which honestly I might just prefer, because I don't know if I care about fighting a bunch of NPCs that I don't want to have to really fight. Whew, the damage. Oh. For a half a second I thought he hit me somehow and then I fucking died and I was like, what? How? It's just out of range of that shit. Yeah. I can't see you very well right now because of the fire. Yay, 3,000 runes. Whoopee. We're down to, wow, 300 volcanic stone. We're definitely going to have to farm soon because we're going to be using a lot of it here. Roar. How am I on buyable, throwable stuff? We're actually still pretty good. I thought we would have used more kukri by now, but our kukri stores are still looking okay. Stranded Graveyard. I guess we haven't done this bullshit, so sure, we can go do the fucking Fringe Folk Hero Grave. It's very, patooed, but, yes. It's at least something relatively challenging. let's just go here. Okay. So for a second there, I miscalculated my time there. I could have probably made it down one to the next thingy, actually. I had a plus 25 cold Uchi and... Oh, wait. My first Elden Ring character was also dumb, overpowered, and I still just got annoyed. I had a plus 25 cold Uchi in my main hand, plus 25 Fire Morning Star in my offhand, and I still got frustrated with Millennia. It's a fun build, though, even if it's just straight shenanigans. Yeah. Understandable. The Frostbite and Bleed stuff together are really strong. I missed that item, but it's not something we need. And it feels good to kill these enemies, like, easily. I've done Fringe Folk Hero's Grave, like, from the beginning of the game so many times, and had it not go well. Ouch. Alright, did that land? It didn't land? Okay. Probably just gonna have to do the run by... Oh no, that one landed, okay. Yo, Dr. Grossly, how's it going? Not sure how that guy didn't aggro. That's the way we want to go. Let me go this way first. My chat okay? Yeah, we're okay. It just said I was connecting to the chat room for a second there, and I thought maybe my internet was having problems. Beat the Bell Gargoyles this morning. Nice, nice. Always a good fight. Well, maybe not always, but it's a fun fight anyway. Remember when we did this in the randomizer, Charlie and I, that these grafted scions just sort of got randomized into other shit and then fell to their deaths, I guess? We still have a good amount of HP, actually. Jump. I have no stam. It was a little rude. Sorry. Fire in the offhand to reset Frostbite makes it even stronger. Yeah, it does as long as you are looking for repeated frost proc. The thing about doing that It often works pretty well most of the time, but for enemies with like large health pools, sometimes you're better off letting the frost stay on for a bit. Simply so that you can get the, whenever something is frostbitten, it takes extra damage. I don't know how well I'm going to be able to hit this thing, if I even can. I mean, with the kukri, I probably can, but... That's not going to work. I think we're just not going to give a shit about the Bird Tree, Great Bow, and all that. We don't need this shit. Let's get on out of here for the moment. Let's see. We want to go just back down again, but it's kind of blocking my way a bit. If I could somehow get you to go up this way, that'd be nice. Or I guess I could just jump over here and then drop down when he finally goes past. That'll work. I think the range on the kukri is just barely too short to knock that down. I think it actually can reach, but I would have to specifically aim for the like cables that they're hanging from, which is difficult to do with a throwable weapon, and a lot easier to do something like that with a bow. All right. I do just need to go down there, but I think I'm just gonna grab the dragon communion seal since I'm going this way. It's annoying to come get this, but... Okay, alright, chill. Alright. We did not need to try to go for 3 there, but I assumed he would actually take a little bit more to kill than just 2. Alright, let's wait for this fucking thing. That was cutting that very close. I should not have gone when I did. I think the range on the Kukri... No, sorry, I read that one. There's so much useful stuff in here for how early you can get here. Shame that it just kind of sucks. The dungeon sucks, you mean? Or... I'm assuming that's what you mean. The dungeon is definitely not one of my favorites. I'm not really fond of a lot of the heroes' graves. Some of them are kind of cool, but... Okay. Like, if there was a little bit less dumb bullshit, like in the Gelmir hero's grave, I would definitely like that one a little bit more. I don't even really mind the lava so much. But yeah, it's kind of a weird one. Alright, let's go. Are you switch? Oh, you dick. I'm very lucky to not take damage from that. Alright. His health was lower than I thought it was, though. I was like, why are you transforming so early? But he was actually more hurt than I realized, so... that was technically about appropriate. Alright, well, that one's done. Now what? Did we kill... I guess we didn't kill Darrywell, because that would be marked if we did. There's a lot of shit to do in this game, man. I know we did the coastal cave. I'm going to start marking some of these off for the time being. We will remove these markers later, but just so I know what I've done. We did the Tree Sentinel. Groveside Cave, I think I finished. Maybe we should check this one just to be sure. I know I went in here for something, I just don't know if I finished it. I feel like I did while I was here, but I don't recall anymore. So one thing I like about catacombs is that they're usually easy to check to see if you've done. This was the one with... Sorry, excuse me. And I'm stuck. And I'm still stuck. Okay, fuck off, stupid. Let me out of the corner. It's the one with the Beastman in it normally, right? So we did do this. I guess I could have checked the, my talismans, because that would have been an easy giveaway. The heroes' graves are more annoying to me than anything. I don't know if I'd say anything, but there's definitely a lot of stuff in the game that's not as annoying to traverse. Like, I definitely like the Lake of Rot less than practically all the heroes' graves. The Lake of Rot really is annoying to deal with. Alright, let's just start doing some dungeons. And if I think about other bosses that I just, like, especially feel like doing at any given time, we'll just go do them. But we're not gonna, like, try to full clear these dungeons, because I don't want this to take forever. I don't want it to be boring for any of y'all either, so... Okay, I think we're at max flasks now. 12 and 2 should be. So yeah, for some of these dungeons, we're just gonna run by shit. At least unless I feel like I have to kill something for whatever reason, either to get past it or if I just especially feel the need to. But in a lot of cases, that should be fine because, especially for early shit like this, we shouldn't be taking a lot of damage in here. I don't know why I ran in here so late. I guess because I was thinking about just throwing a thing at it first, and then I just kind of hesitated. Gotta get that prattling pate hello. Took fucking... Okay, chill. Oh, great. We somehow managed to hit that upwards in the process. Let me out. This motherfucker. Just, Does anyone else just feel like imps didn't, you know, thralls from Dark Souls 3 did not really need to come back to Elden Ring? I feel like they're a particular skeletal frame and animation set that didn't necessarily need to be a thing ever again. They're just such a stupidly annoying fucking enemy. Granted, they're not as bad if you deal with them necessarily, but even so, they're just fucking annoying as hell to deal with. I meant to loot that, but of course the prompt prevented me, so whatever, it's fine. I'm just hearing all them pitter-patters behind me, though. Hey, it's one of our buddies. I assumed he would keep coming, but whatever. We'll just kill you like that, I guess. Alright, I tell you what, one thing I do want to do while I'm just thinking about, like, getting, you know, runes and shit like that, we're still going to keep doing Limgrave here a lot, too, but I think I'm going to quickly make my way to Mogwyn Palace so that we can... I want to find the swarm pot recipe and see if we can maybe kill Grail with what we have. I don't know how well it's going to work. She has like 1,000,000 hit points. But with enough swarm pots, maybe we can make it work. You only have to make her bleed like a handful of times. I just don't know if we're going to have enough to make that work. If I can somehow de-aggro her, she has a huge aggro range, so we'll see. If I can somehow de-aggro her in long enough to get out of combat to be able to craft more, maybe we can make that work. Actually, I should just see what, before we even decide to go anywhere. What do swarm pots require again? Because I feel like, yeah, I don't even have any blood-tainted excrement, but I think you pick up a lot there. It's just mushroom and blood-tainted excrement. Which have a fairly high drop chance from the rotten giant crows. And I'm pretty sure you can just pick up a bunch while you're there too, but All right, and the cookbook itself, found on a corpse by the edge of the cliff southeast of the Blood Marsh. Palace approach, ledge road, site of grace, head north. Okay, whatever, we'll figure it out. Poop pots. Well, we have poop pots. We got the fetid ones. These will be the even nastier, bloody, fetid ones that attract flies, I guess, is the idea. We might get invaded here. Thinking about this, but whatever. They're worse here because they're made of rock now, so slash weapons do inherently less damage. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, the niche use of things like crystal darts to make them less of a pain in the ass is, well, very niche, so it's not like you have an otherwise super easy means of dealing with them, and even with crystal darts, like, it's not like that just instantly makes them die or anything. Do we get invaded? We did. Don't aggro. Shit. Sit fucking still. I love how Sanguine Noble is trying to dodge my crystal dart throws that aren't even going at him. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna... Okay, okay. You're a fucking dick, just like you were in fucking Limgrave. Only I don't have Yura to help me out here, unfortunately. I did not realize a rock was directly behind me. This guy is so motherfucking aggressive. Of course, you suddenly know to be aggressive right in that moment. Not roll. Not like every other time. It's like that just feels like an input read on an input read, even. Because he's like, I'm not gonna roll this one. I know that, you know, you're gonna do a fire pot. Okay. Or rather, a volcano pot, and I can afford to get hit by this, sort of. Well, there goes his heal. Oh, what the fuck was that shit? That was some big brain fucking crap that he just pulled. Sometimes NPCs are just, like, straight up better than players at PvP. And I don't mean me, I mean, like, other players. Because I can tell you right now, I mean, a lot of it comes from the input reading, but most players are not going to be fucking smart enough to be like, he's going to roll right now, and I'm going to backstep and do a backstep attack into his roll and hit him. Yep, see, he just knows not to roll that now. Get hit. Oh, no, he just randomly rolled that one for some reason. I don't want to fight this asshole. I don't even know if I'm going to survive this fight, to be honest. You don't have a lot of sanguine, or a lot of these pots left. Of course. Anytime he decides to be randomly aggressive, I get kind of screwed over. I hate this enemy so much. At least on this fucking run, anyway, I do. With a normal melee weapon, this guy is fucking trash. I should not have done that. Fuck. Fuck you. I hate your stupid dumbass. It doesn't help, obviously, that I don't have armor on, but it's so annoying when you go up against an enemy sometimes that just, you know, is built to be like spam, 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 bleed. Especially with one of the fastest movesets in the game. Like, it's just... it's aggravating. But again, it's no problem when you have normal melee weapons, because you can easily exploit the AI and just be like, oh, you want to get close to me? Well, too bad. Here's a slash before you slash, and now you got hit. And now you're going to roll away like a little AI bitch. But when you're using nothing but consumables, like, this is what I'm left with. What the fuck? Why are you... Okay. Now, I could try using something else with a little bit of a delayed timer on it, like, gravity stone shit or something. It's maybe not even a bad idea, but at least the fans. But he can still potentially roll past these things, so... Alright, well, we got our runes back. We don't need to fight this guy, so if I can just go around his shit, that would probably be preferable for now. I'd like to kill him just for revenge at some point, but we don't need to make it happen right this second. It's a long-ass fight, it's just kind of a waste of time. Glintstones? Glintstones, I mean, they kind of work, but... You know, because they will... You can do the same sort of exploit of, like, getting them to roll the initial action rather than you specifically, or rather than the actual, like, projectiles coming at them. The only downside, again, is just that they're kind of, you know, they're not particularly great. All right, let's not destroy our frame right here by looking at that for too long. I don't remember if there's anything down here or not. There's a hard-bitten rune bear up top, and oh yeah, the statue itself is down here. We're just gonna ignore that for now. All right, now the portal I think is over there. But yeah, I mean, if we really feel like we need it, we can try using glintstones or something in the future on them. Actually, that might not be a hard-bitten rune bear that's up there. It might be just a regular rune bear. Oh, we're getting invaded again. Sick. Well, I'm gonna just go through the thing. Never mind, I can't. Wish I didn't have to waste all that on you. So this asshole's literally going to prevent me from actually doing this, which is just fucking perfect. That's why I actually have to kill him. Well, now I wish I hadn't fucking unequipped the gravity stone fans. Another thing I wish I could do is get rune bears somehow on my side temporarily to fuck this guy up. Because I'm betting they would do an okay job against him. What the fuck? Thanks, game. Definitely was not rolling towards him just then, but I love that you forced me to do that. The other thing that's aggravating about this particular guy is that I have to, like, really do a lot of going back and forth between lock on and locking right back off so that I can aim a volcano pod at the floor, or at the ground, I mean. Thanks, game. Really love that I didn't fucking roll that way, and that's the direction you decided to make me go because of lock on. Oh, sometimes I fucking hate the way this shit works in this game. Genuinely aggravating. Like, this guy has so much fucking HP, too, for our consumables run that I legit just want to fucking cheese him. You know, if I had a reliable means of doing that anyway. Oh, come on. Should have been able to get another roll out there. Get fucked, you piece of shit. Alright. Now, let's go through the portal. Yeah, I know I can do the quest, but the quest also involves me fighting another NPC. Admittedly, one that's probably slightly less annoying than this one. I mean, still pretty annoying because he's got some dumb shit. Actually, did we kill him? No, that was probably on the Ash of War one, right? Could have baited him off the ledge. Yeah, maybe. I just didn't feel like doing that. Also, since it's not something I regularly do, I don't know necessarily where the best spot to do that is. I'm happy that there's, like, cheeses that exist for such a character, because fighting them is annoying, but Sanguine Noble most of the time on any other, like, sort of build is generally kind of a pushover. As much as I've complained about his speedy-ass moveset and bleed, he's so easy to exploit most of the time to just hit before he can hit you that it's just not genuinely a problem most, you know, on anything other than this sort of thing. Can I, hang on, I just want to see, can I actually get this thing's attention from here? I'd have to hit it when it's, like, kind of close is the thing. Because this is always a really good farming location, but you typically want a bow for this. I don't know that I can... I don't think I can chuck a firebomb all the way that far. It did go pretty far, but not far enough. It's okay. It's not like we need to farm stuff here. I was just curious if it was possible. Alright. Let's go... Oh, wait, hang on. I was going to level up quick. Actually, I guess we could just kill some dudes first. We don't need to, like, spend... We don't need to spend other rune thingies on it. Well, I was not trying to hit that guy in the background, but whatever. Arrows are consumables? Yeah, but bows aren't. And actually, arrows aren't technically consumables. They are consumed, but they are actually in a completely different category known as arrow. Arrow / bolts. But yeah, no, I mean, I addressed that at, like, the beginning of the run. Like, it's not like they aren't craftable and therefore consumed upon using. I love how this person's doing the exact same farm right now. Not that I'm doing it, but, you know, it's just such a common spot for people to be chilling and just trying to get some runes. Alright, now the other thing is that Vare is here too, or not Vare, but the white masks. They're not technically Vare, I think. They're supposed to be different white masks. Even though it seems like it should be the same person. I did not realize that Crow was that close to us. Quickly. What does this do? Okay, that's the one we wanted. I couldn't remember if it was that or if it was I knew it was 20 something. I was just like, let me make sure that that's the correct one before I just try to leave. Well, now we got Vare to deal with. I'm glad that I leveled up. I might just die and then not worry too much about it because, or sorry, you know, the white mask, because frankly, you know, he's gonna be about as much fun as fighting the Sanguine Noble was. I mean, he doesn't have the stupid dual dagger bullshit, but he still hits plenty hard, and he can do Swarm of Flies, so... Did we... Oh, fucking hell. I just heard another noise, and I thought maybe there was a crow coming at us, so I was trying to, like, pay attention. Oh, well... Never mind. Now there just is one. Doing the best attack they can possibly do. I hate that attack. At least when you're close to them, it's... Okay. Yeah. Yep. Uh-huh. Just absolutely one of my favorite enemy designs. Just so good. God, that even hit me there. For fuck's sake. I hate this enemy so much. Crows are by far one of the worst things in the game, especially these ones. For this attack right here is one of the main reasons why they suck. That stupid, you know, incredible homing or tracking, you know, just flailing bite that they just do over and over and over again. Like, it's impossible to just fucking get away from that shit with rolling. You almost have to just get lucky. Alright, I don't need my runes. I leveled for a reason. But I do need blood-tainted excrement, which is the big problem. These are also going to take crackpots, so we only need one per, but they're not rare. So we either need to kill crows, which aren't going to just give me the excrement if they die. So I need to, like, go down there to kill them. I mean, as in, it's not going to just transport into my inventory. And we can also just kind of find it around, I guess, but... I don't remember where all you can pick it up down here, if I'm honest. It's mostly just around where the crows are, I want to say. If I go over to the palace approach and pick up the map, then we have what we want for the one pot recipe from Gideon. There's some. There's some more. We're gonna need at least 20, and we're getting invaded again. If we pick up 20, that's enough for a full stack. And then that's really all, well, I shouldn't say that's all we'll want, because there's the possibility, I suppose, that we might want to, like, attempt to do this with, I cannot believe that fucking hit me. Come here. I'm trying to just get him hit by this fucking thing. Because honestly, it's easier than most of the other shit that, that I can do against him. Come here. Okay, game. I don't really need to be stun locked that badly. Fuck off. Not get hit by it. I fucking hate his range sometimes, dude. Like, it's such fucking bullshit that he can hit me. What? I don't know why my character refused to roll there. I also don't know why he refused to heal there. Why is he not healing still? How are you not getting hit by this shit, dude? Come on. I don't even want to fight this asshole. I just want to be out of here. Yeah, I guess if, depending on how I do this, I can at least kind of run him through it. If he doesn't get there fast enough to avoid the damage. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you. Fuck off. Forever. Except I know it's not forever because there's like 2 more of you. And look at that shit. 300 runes. Yay. So stupid. Again, these guys are no problem to fight normally. It's not normally that big of an issue. I just wish they were like a little more fun to fight. Sometimes, at least for a run like this anyway, because good god do they fucking suck. Would kind of like to get Swarm of Flies while I'm here. I might get the other invasion if I get, yep, too close. It's alright, again, I don't care about the runes. Just coming up here for a golden seed. Golden seed I suppose I didn't really need, but just one millisecond longer, I would have had that excrement. Ooh, sorry, we'll be done here soon. This area just fucking sucks to do on this run. Like, Mogwin himself will likely not be... I mean, he'll be challenging, but it's just the area that sucks right now. Like, this area is just atrocious to do on a run like this. Everything here has an absurd amount of HP. They all hit like a fucking truck. It's got some of the absolutely most annoying enemy designs in the game as far as things like crows are concerned. I don't remember where Swarm of Flies is it the one that's in here? Yes. Might want that for later on this character or something. Trying to pick up some bloody excrement. You'd think y'all wouldn't really mind that much. Just clearing the poop out of your house, out of your room, out of your general locale. Hey Nikishimi, how's it going? So yeah, the invader that shows up like to the front of this area won't show up now. But I still need more. I have 18 blood-tainting excrement. I would like to get a decent amount just so that we can potentially maybe try. Oh, we're gonna get squished here. I would like to potentially try to get enough for maybe 2 stacks so that if like we can potentially de-aggro ourselves from Grail, if we need to like craft more, we can just kind of leave and not leave, but you know, distance ourselves enough without her healing in between, and then be able to like craft up some more really quickly so that we can just, you know, throw some more bleed pots at her. We might not even need to do that, it might not come to that, but I want to be able to have the option, you know. Hoping there'd be some excrement in that little pile there. I'm just trying to avoid Crowtown as much as possible for this little farm up. Eventually I'll figure out a better way to farm this shit. I don't really want to, like, kill invaders off stream necessarily, though, just to get them out of the way. So I'll either kill them on stream or something. I don't know. We could kill some crows while we're here, or at least try. Obviously, they're a huge fucking pain in the ass to fight because they're just ridiculously erratic moves that, again, hit absurdly hard, but... sometimes you can bait them into things like these geysers and shit to get some damage that way. Yeah, because it's attacks like that that are just fucking awful to have to deal with. Okay, that one's kind of my own fault. I jumped, I think, into the geyser. I was obviously not trying to do that, but, lock on camera didn't exactly help me, so... not what I meant to do. Whatever, though. But yeah, like, I just feel like, this has been a problem in nearly every Souls game, at least since, like, Dark Souls 2, but it's really annoying when invaders have, like, just insane attack tracking. That is something that, I'm not going to say it's impossible to pull off for a player, but it's extremely difficult to ever do shit like that as a player. Where you, unless you are preemptively, you know, getting ready to aim and attack backwards as soon as you trigger it, it's really hard to follow another character as they're moving, in such a way so as to hit them, like, as they go to dodge or just move behind you or whatever. Come on, stop being stuck on a tree. I knew that wasn't gonna last. I was like, if I can cheese you through this somehow, that's great, but I know it's not gonna let me. He just doesn't really path well through those trees for some reason. God, it's taking so long just to do any sort of damage to you. That attack is honestly one of the worst they have too. You know, as bad as the flail is, and it is bad, the fucking instant ground stop shit that both versions of Crows have is genuinely one of the most bullshit attacks in the game. For something that hits as hard as it does, they did not need to make it be like an instant attack like that. Because it really does kind of suck that it works that way. Hey, Karate, how's it going? Sorry, I'm just going to run back up to the Grace really quick. Set this. I think we're just better off not trying to kill Crows. We just don't have the damage to do it, like, quickly. And I just, I don't have the survivability to really afford, or to be able to survive, like, one or two, or even much of, like, one hit from them when it's, like, a bad hit. Anytime they try to do something like the flail, it's just going to catch me off guard in a really bad way. Hang on one second. Alright, sorry. I was checking my work messages because it looked like there was some stuff going on in our work chat, but it was not addressed to me. All right, so let's see. We've been going for 4.5 hours. We can go for a bit yet. I definitely want to try to kill a handful of bosses here. I just wanted to like see if we could make this whole Grail thing work for us somehow. Because Grail herself, I don't know, it sounded like Greyhole. Grail herself isn't technically a boss, so we are not required to kill her. I should not go this way. We're going to get an invasion if we do. And there's a crow right there anyway that's annoying to deal with. I'm just going to like start running over here and just grab what excrement that I can. Like around this area. And I think there's a little bit like really early on right over here. That'll just be kind of our little mini quick farm. Those ones. And is there another one here somewhere? Nope. Okay. Oh, that's right. There's one by the fucking crow. And on the thing, I guess, but hitting that right now is dangerous. See, crows are large, extremely fast, and agile. They have one of the most like fuck you movesets in the game, and just to top it all off, they just had to make them hit ridiculously hard and have just a huge amount of HP comparatively, which makes sense for a lot of big enemies, but like with all those other things on top, it's just like I don't think they needed to be quite that overtuned. These ones in particular, obviously Mogwin is meant to be a tough late game area. And thank fuck Bloodbane, that's what they're called, Bloodbane crows, or Bloodbane giant crow, I forget. Thankfully they only fucking exist here, because they have like the even more stupid bullshit that they do in their moveset. Okay, we can make 46 of these now, that's probably enough. I just want to go get the map for this place so that we can talk to Gideon. And then the Grace that's over here, and then that'll be good enough. There is another invasion point over in that direction too. Might as well grab some more excrement on the way, but oh right, there's like 8 right in that pile. I completely forgot about that. I feel like if I'm remembering correctly, you can get invaded like over there somewhere, but should be past the invasion point now. Here's our map, so we should be able to talk to Gideon. And also, it's just nice to have mapping. And here's the Grace. So let's go talk to Gideon really quick, I guess. Probably shouldn't have crafted those. If we're going to do the swarm pot thing soon with Grail, I need to use up my... Unless, actually, can I store these and then... I feel like I remember that being a thing, but maybe not. I could be misremembering. Hang on, let me talk to Gideon first.
Oh, so that fits at him still. If what I've heard is wrong...
I think this was just for bewitching branches, so I don't really need this, but... Figured I'd do it anyway. Yes, we can craft those now. Not that I'm going to, because the resources for them are too precious, honestly. Screw Dung Eater, I don't care. We don't really need anything else here. Anyway, Karate, how you been, dude? It's good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Alright, sorry, I did. I now did have a work message I needed to respond to. All good, though. Alright, trying to think if there's anything else that we need to do. I don't think there's anything here that we need. I should probably be using remembrances. We've got Natural Born of the... Remembrance of the Natural Born and Omen King. I don't think there's anything that I want from either of those. Let me just double check. Not for the run, but like there's like something specific that I would want. Like obviously for him we could get the Regal Omen Baron, which is technically a consumable. It is qualified as a reusable consumable, which, you know, it does theoretically make them not really in the spirit of the run, but I did say that they're technically allowed. I just am not really trying to use them. I don't think I want anything from these, so, and it's not like we can't get them again if we really need to. We might buy the Fellowman cloak for some swag later, but I'm still rocking the shirtless sweatpants look for now, so. Alright, but some free souls or runes never hurt, I guess. Yes, Estus flasks are reusable consumables, that's true, but normally they're just kind of a given that they're allowed in the thing. They're not, you know, additional, so. But yes, that is very true. They are like any other reusable tool in the game, so. Yeah, I think we'll get our dex to 40 before we go back to int. But yeah, I mean, you can see that they are still flagged as consumable rather than reusable, even though they are reusable. The reason why these ones are flagged differently is just to kind of give you the idea that, hey, you can use these again. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not consumables. They still go in the tools category. They're just, I don't know. I think some people would argue, like, semantically that these are not allowed because they don't have the consumable tag on them, but it really just depends on what you give a shit about, frankly. You know, I'm endeavoring to not use them. If we're talking about quote-unquote consumables only, as far as, like, there's no official runs of this shit anyways, but if we're going to compare them to what other people have done in these runs, other people have done things that aren't technically even consumable only within their consumable only runs, including buffs, like from Golden Vow and the Jellyfish Shield and shit like that. Those aren't consumables, but people allow them, so obviously it's not like anyone has any room to be giving me shit about it if I decide to do the same thing. I've decided so far not to do it, but that doesn't mean that I won't come Rykard or Fire Giant if I feel like I need the damage, because I very, very well may. I'm going to endeavor to just not use them, but if it feels like our damage is just too pitiful without it, we will use those things just to kind of like squeeze out what we can. All right, really quick. Can I... Yes, it does work that way. That's what I thought. You can even pre-craft technically other pots that you're already using just to kind of be able to pull others out of storage, but there's not really a big point in keeping pots in storage generally, since you have to rest to get them anyway, and you can just craft on the fly, so... unless you're just trying to get as maximum, like, storage, of pre-made things possible. So like if you're stocking up on volcanic stone and you're stocking up on pots, and then that way you just have as many as you could ever possibly need, you know, just from resting, I guess, but and or just crafting on the fly as well. But anywho, yeah, so let's go here and just see what we can do. I guess the only other thing actually I want to do, hold on, maybe we could have done this from there, but sort chest, give me, Oh, I have to unequip this first. I didn't realize I had it equipped. Wait, I don't have it equipped. What? Okay. Never mind. I just misread what it was saying on the icon. We're going to put those away, and I think I'll take the frost pots just because they can do a chunk of damage. So I was kind of like explaining this earlier and I kind of got sidetracked, but one of the reasons, if you're going with like a frostbite and fire build, it can obviously be really useful to trigger frostbite and then hit something with fire so that you immediately reset the frostbite thing. However, it's still my understanding every time you trigger a status effect on an enemy, their resistance to that effect goes up. Even if you're canceling the frostbite effect with fire, you're not resetting their increased resistance to frostbite. So while you are immediately interrupting the frostbite effect and therefore making it possible to proc frostbite faster again, you still have to deal with the increased resistance, which is why sometimes on prolonged fights it's not always worth immediately triggering the reset of frostbite with fire, because you still have to get through more frostbite resistance at that point, if that makes sense. So yeah, it just kind of depends on how you want to do it. Sometimes you're better off leaving frostbite on so you can get the damage buff out of it, but even that isn't necessarily going to work out the way you want, I suppose. I'm not in combat. I guess if you store ritual pots, they don't let you do what these do, which is odd, but okay. Oh wait, it didn't store them. What the fuck? I could have sworn that I had said to store them. Maybe I picked them back up accidentally? Or I know what happened. It's because I rested or traveled, it automatically gave them back to me because they're still flagged as auto-renewable. Alright, let's see if these frost pots and swarm pots will somehow get the job done. I don't know that they will. We have kukri as well. But we'll just have to wait and see. We have a lot of stuff. I just don't necessarily have a lot of faith in this working all in one go, but we'll give it a try. Okay, we can do that from the inventory. Don't need to worry about it. Alright, I hope this works from back here just fine. It's frost. I really hope that's hitting. That's definitely hitting up there. Okay, there's one bleed. There's two. I think we might get one more out of the pots we have left. Yep. What? Oh, don't do this to me. Come on. Come on. Where's the fucking hitbox? Oh, fuck you, game. They're like landing on her but not fucking doing anything. Are you kidding me with this shit? So much for that, I guess. That's some fucking bullshit, man. Alright, well, we'll see if we can de-aggro here if I go hide somewhere and craft up some more bleed pots, because I think we can potentially get there. We just have to... We have to lose aggro on her. But I don't know how easy that's gonna be to do, to be honest. Really annoying that... Okay, well, that was actually easier to do than I thought it would be, but... I hope we have enough for this. I feel like we're going to be cutting it close. Alright, we got there. Okay, that'll have to do. Just got a little over 100k for that. That works for me. But that's at least Grail dealt with. We can squeeze out an extra level here. And give me those back. Okay, we're good. Well, there go my plans for the day. I just got called into work. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I hope that you can have a relatively decent time. Alright, so that's Grail done. I don't think we need to mark that. Okay, so that all is sorted. That's kind of the main thing I wanted swarm pots for. I guess we'll probably make swarm pots for Moog, maybe. I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. We're probably going to want... I mean, he's going to be fairly resistant to fire, I think. So swarm pots might actually be worth it in that fight if we can get him to actually take damage from it enough to consistently get hit, I mean, and then bleed. Because he's weak to bleed, you know, to a degree anyway, but it still really helps to have other sources of damage. So we might want something like, I don't know, magic pots? Lightning pots? I should look and see, because I don't remember off the top of my head what he's weakest to specifically. Moog, Lord of Blood. All physical shit. Strong against fire. Yeah, weak to physical damage and blood loss. Fucking Fextra Life still calling it hemorrhage. That's not what it's called, idiot. It's funny, I lost 15 hours this week because I called off Saturday and left early on Friday, so now I wound up only losing like 7 or 8. Yeah, but even so, like, obviously if you had plans and whatnot, I get that it's still kind of a bit of a bummer, but I suppose there's at least that as a silver lining. Either way, I hope you can have a decent time and it's not, you know, especially rough when you're not feeling great or anything. So I can close that shit, I don't need that anymore. So there's still 2 more ritual pots to find. Before we do anything especially late game like the fire giant, we'll probably want to find the last 2 of those. One's in subterranean shunning grounds and the other's in the giant's mountaintop catacombs. But I don't know if we'll make that a priority today because there's not a lot of stream time left, so I think we're gonna do a little bit more early game stuff, and then maybe we'll do something like a little bit later game, or maybe Dragon Barrow or some shit just to wrap it up with. We could like kill the avatar over here for some extra souls or runes, actually. That might be worth doing. Quickly, let's just throw that on here. I hope I don't forget to use it, because that guy by himself is worth like 90k normally, so we can get like close to the same amount we just got. And of course there's the Knights Cavalry and the Dragon up there and shit too, and the Black Blade Kindred, but those I'll wait on because I was kind of doing Limgrave stuff first. Actually, did we kill this guy already? We did. I must have just done this the other day and forgot. Okay, in that case, this I will mark just so I don't make that same mistake twice. You know, for fun, I wonder... So I'm not going to fight the golem that's down here, but I want to see if I can actually make the air jump work. I've made this work a couple of times in the past. I don't do it super regularly, but it's kind of fun when you can pull it off. Ah, shit. I think that's not going to count. It sort of did. Sort of didn't. I was a little too close and hit the root instead, but at least we made it, like, part the way down. But yeah, if you line that up just right, I kind of half pulled it off. If you line it all up just right and don't get stuck on a root on your way down, you can land all the way down here safely from that particular spirit spring. It's just a matter of actually getting the angles right. Oh right, I actually didn't pick up this painting. Well, I guess I'll pick this up and then quit out so that we can leave here. I don't really want to fight this guy. He has also a billion HP. I don't find this golem to necessarily be that hard to kill. He just has so much health. And a crap ton of defense on top of that. If they didn't make him the armored leg version, he probably wouldn't be all that bad for players, but the special beam attack that he does is annoying. Which I named in the guide, actually. I don't think anybody renamed that. I called them the eradication beams. I don't know. I guess people liked that well enough. How many pots for Grail will take? We had to do almost 2 full stacks of swarm pots, so I had to like de-aggro for a second and then come back. And then 1 full stack of freeze pots plus like a couple more. So I think it was in total 10 freezing pots and 36 swarm pots, something like that. I did try using Kukri, but I kept throwing them at her tail various places, but it kept like sticking into a general hitbox, but not actually doing any damage to her. Because they were like hitting like the invisible part of her hitbox, like no matter where I aimed. So I just went and de-aggroed instead and then went back to do that. Alright, let's see. Let's kill this Crucible Knight in the Everjail first. We can kill Darrowil in the other Everjail, I guess. particularly annoying Cruci Knight that is immune to absolutely everything and all that, but most of these early game things should be pretty easy for us at this point, even with just like volcano pots or whatever. Or crystal darts, whatever we really feel like using. What do we... Oh, I'm in combat. I was going to say, what am I kind of low on? Because we might need to farm soon, but I'm going to try to just do that off stream because I'll probably not go a whole lot longer. Also, Biz, how's it going, by the way? Hope you're doing well. There are a bunch of bosses. Yeah, quite a lot. You're at 153 volcanic stone. That's not terrible, but it's not great either. Craft those up. Still have plenty of cracked crystal, but I'm sure I'll farm a bit afterwards as well. Should not have gone for 2, but that's fine. Not all that dangerous at this point. Okay, roasty and toasty. This run started off with me like feeling like I would have to sell all my shit just to afford so many things, and now I feel like I can just kind of spend somewhat, you know, freely, mainly because the two like bread and butter consumables I've been using for the whole run are volcano pots and crystal darts, which are both pretty easy to farm, especially the volcano pots. For the volcanic stone, because it's just 2 stone per pot, and that one Seathwater terminus, or whatever the fuck it's called. If you start from here, Seathwater River, and just follow this all the way up to here, Seathwater Terminus, you can farm like 150 on average volcano stone, just making that run and collecting all the volcano stone that you see along the way. So you do that a couple of times and you're pretty golden, honestly. High Road Cave, I know we did, because we have the Dancer Charm, obviously. You know, just, you really want to have that kind of attitude with me? I don't think that you do. Sit down. There should be, there's another catacomb, like over here. It's around this ledge somewhere. Death Touch or whatever it's called. I guess we could do that next. Just gotta figure out the main spot for it again. Really take off once you get volcano pots? Yeah, it certainly seemed to be the case. Volcano pots have definitely carried this run quite a bit. They're definitely not always the strongest thing we can use, but they're pretty consistently strong throughout the majority of the run. Alright, let's see. I gotta like refamiliarize myself with the map again. I feel like my Elden Ring GeoGuessr skills have waned a little bit. When this shit was like super fresh in my mind, I could have played Elden Ring GeoGuessr and told you exactly what the fuck you were looking at like 100% of the time. But obviously I've tried not to keep all of that in memory forever because it's a lot, so... yeah, I think I want to say it's down on this ridge. But yeah, I would say mostly we've been using volcano pots ever since we got them. Crystal darts ever since we got them. Like those two by far the most out of anything, and then Kukri we've used a fair bit. Throwing daggers I'll use every once in a while just to finish something off if I'm trying to save something else. and they have like just a smidge of health left or something, I'll just be like, ah, here you go. Did I ever kill this guy for Golden Vow? I don't think I did. And just in case we want it, I should probably grab this from him, this Ash of War. Ouch. Is right about where I figured. I'll have a look at the map again here in a bit just to make sure I'm not like forgetting any particular caves or catacombs in early Limgrave. There's always that possibility, I suppose. Alright. Throw that on. Take that back off for now. We don't really need it on there. Hello, Schmeleton. This is the Uchi catacomb, full of skeletons. This is always a good weapon, one that I would definitely prefer not to sell, I suppose, so just in case I want it for some reason post-run, so I guess we can go grab it. It's gonna have like a million skeletons skeletons chasing me. Ouch. They're trying their best. They're just bones. Don't give them a hard time. Alright. I didn't know where the Uchi was because if I want it, you can just start as a samurai. Yeah, for sure. Oftentimes I start as a samurai just so I can have the Uchi. Plus he starts with a... Well, not he, but the samurai starts with a longbow and both regular and fire arrows, like a decent stack, so pretty nice overall. Come and get me. Bye. Alright, that's that one done. Now, is there any place we get the tunnels yet? We have not freed Selen, so I guess we could do that. Samurai is such a busted starting class. Yeah, just because the Uchi is so strong specifically. The rest of it isn't necessarily so much better than like a lot of the other starting class options, but the Uchi is just such a crazy good starting weapon. It is, at the very least, arguably the best one that you can start with. Oh yeah, this Knight's Cavalry is here. I forgot that we skipped you. I was thinking maybe we might have fought you before, but did not. He keeps fucking just running around like a little bitch when I want to hit him with this shit. Alright, alright. I'm not gonna heal. You're locked in here with me. I wasn't even trying. Alright, let's see. Craft up a little bit just for the fight to come. And let's go help Selin out, I guess. I don't know that we're going to bother with her whole quest line or anything like that. I'm not sure if there's anything specific that I want from any of it. But I'll at least kill the, Mad Pumpkin head in here to rescue thy lady. Oops.
Tarnished, I am Selin. Why are you here? Well, but one must. I was as a revive. You still?
Yeah, sure.
Very well, but I refuse to anticipate grieving.
Except not really. Goodbye. Alright, does this Selin also technically count as an illusion? Yes. Sorry, it took me a second to remember. Yes, her real body is, oops, not that way, this way, is here. And the, the Selin we're talking to here is just an illusion. Why here specifically, I'm not 100% sure, but, and then obviously the puppet in Padilla/Saluvis's lair is like a created simulacrum sort of body that she then inhabits afterwards just to escape, her imprisonment. Okay. Let's see. Did we kill Egheel? I feel like we did, but I remember we went over to him, and now I don't recall for sure if we actually killed him or not. We can just pass by there anyway as we decide to, because I remember we came back here for Yura. Speaking of Uchi-related things, the Unsheath. Ash of War is right there. I remember he came down and then I got pancaked because I misjudged how far forward he normally goes. So I feel like we maybe didn't come back to kill him. I don't really remember for sure. I don't think we did, so I guess we can just kill him really quickly. Or did we? I guess I must have. I don't see no dragon. Sorry, it's all kind of like blurring together for me a little bit, so I can't remember things. So I guess that means we might as well just mark him off then. Hit up the tunnels. Probably not bother too much trying to pick up like every little thing in these early dungeons because there's not going to be much that's useful to me by this point. Anything that's like a resource, sure, at least a useful resource. Beyond that, don't really care too much. We don't need to kill all these guys, but sure, we can pick up your stone and make you angry, I guess. Ouch, he threw a rock at me. Surprised I only got one of you with that. Enjoy. Alright. This way. And we'll grab what's over here. I always forget that there's not really anything particularly useful on this way down. It's just the way up thing instead, but it's all good. Free scrap, I guess, is not a bad thing to have. If nothing else, alright. In some ways, I kind of don't mind getting the extra free stones just because I sold a bunch of stones, like, early game. So, like, as we come back through to do, like, some of these tunnels, we're just getting some extra shit that we kind of missed out on previously, but, or rather that we squandered, I guess, for runes. Not squandered. We made good use of it. That went way too far. Or actually not way too far because it somehow still killed you. It's that one guy anyway. Ooh, pickaxe and explosive stone. Nice. I kind of completely forgot about explosive stone. That is something that we could... I think there might be... I can't remember if there's a bell bearing for that one or not, or if you just have to farm it. Because there's poison stone and poison stone clump, and then explosive stone and explosive stone clumps. Both of which are actually pretty good consumables, but you can't craft them. You can only buy and or farm them. And buy only with the right bell bearings available. And I don't remember if explosive stones have a bell bearing or if you just have to farm them. I know the poison ones do, but... I should look into that because we might need, like, everything available for certain fights towards the end of this and all that, so... Anything that we can squeeze a little extra damage out of probably isn't going to hurt. Alright, that's another one down. Okay, so other than that... There's no boss there, we did all that. We did the Tibia Mariner here early on, if I remember correctly. I remember we tried using holy pots on him and we're kind of underwhelmed. At least I'm pretty sure, and then I think I just ended up using, like, darts and shit against him anyway, and fire bombs. I don't know. Let me consult the map again really quick just to make sure that I'm not missing anything in here that I'm forgetting about. Elden ring. Not, Endlin ring. Oh, right, your map kind of sucks. Alright, sorry, 1 second. I'm just gonna get that sorted there. Okay, locations. And bosses, too. Why not? Alright, so we have not done the Forlorn Hound Everjail, I know that much. Did the Tree Sentinel... Oh, we didn't do Soldier of Godric, did we? Because we had to skip the tutorial, we didn't really have any consumables. So I guess we could just quickly get that out of the way. Knights Cavalry we did. Murkwater Cave we did. Murkwater Catacombs is the one I'm forgetting. I knew there was one other one that I was like just not remembering. Artist Shack has no boss edit. Waypoint Ruins we just did. Bellbearing Hunter we've done. Oh right, there's a Deathbird I didn't do up there too, so. Alright, let's go kill I don't know. Let's go kill Rick, and then Darrowwill, and then I guess the Deathbird. And then that'll be it for Limgrave. At least Limgrave proper. Roar. Everyone always yelling so damn much. Yeah, I didn't even want to drop down here because I was just like, well, if I get this grace and shit, I might not, you know, unless I go forward and get another grace, I'm not going to be able to leave here. Because I don't have any other graces yet. And I don't have any consumables, which means I'll be stuck down here not being able to do anything on this run. So I had to remind myself not to jump down here, because normally I do it just for, I don't know, completionist's sake, I guess. And like I caught myself like almost jumping down here when I started the run. It's not like it would have been a huge deal, like I would have just reset or something, but I didn't want to just like hand wave and say, oh, we'll just kill Godric with our fists or some shit. I just was like, nope, we'll just kill him later. All right, buddy. We are here. It's been a while. And it'll stay a while. Alright, so that one's done. Now we just need to do Darrowwill and the Deathbird, and that's it for Limgrave. At least for the bosses, anyway. There's a couple of other locations we could potentially visit for one reason or another, but we don't really have a reason to, so I don't really have any intention to do so. The whole point is all bosses, not, you know, clear every single enemy, pick up every single item, etc. I'm trying to determine what other run I might want to do after this. I'm thinking, like, obviously we still have the Ash of War one to finish, and I probably will, unless I'm just end up being really fed up with it or bored with it for some reason. I kind of want to do, like, a Shields only run as, like, an actual challenge run, but I might make that, like, an incentive. I'm debating, so just real talk for a minute. I really want to try to do my anniversary this year. The last 2 years I've missed my anniversary because I was just too fucking busy with guide work and shit. And I would really like to be able to hit it this year. Hopefully that'll work. If we don't hit it directly on the day, that's okay. I'm not going to be too pissed off if that happens. If we got to do like a day surrounding it or something, that's fine. But I don't normally do like subathon type things. But I'm kind of leaning towards maybe trying to do something like a soft subathon this year. It's not so much that I want to get a lot of subs, but I am like interested in the channel, like getting new people here, you know, that sort of thing. So it's more about like just kind of having people show up, I guess, and just having a good time. And I guess I want to like put some sort of incentive list out there. So I want to figure out what, yeah, Domathon. Yes, that's what I will be running. I want to figure out what I will be doing For the stream. Come on, buddy. You're being like way too passive here. Okay, I got greedy, but I want to figure out what to do for the stream. And I want to figure out like some potential incentives to put on there that people might feel like doing, you know, gifting subscriptions or whatever for. Again, I'm not really even specifically in it for the subscriptions. It's more just kind of taking part in the whole anniversary thing. It's fine to just kind of have like a stream that acknowledges your anniversary, but it feels a little bit flat, I guess, when you're just kind of doing like a slightly longer than usual stream and then that's it, you know. I'd like it to be like something. I kind of wish that it didn't like specifically need to be anything about money, because I don't really want it to be about that. But you know, it's not like it wouldn't help me out at the same time. So I don't know. I'm at least leaning towards that being a possibility. I don't know why I threw that at him. All right, I'm not gonna bother marking this because we're gonna remove all these markers as soon as I'm done with Limgrave, because we won't need them anymore. And I know we did all of the optional bosses in Stormvale, so that's also done. So it's nighttime already. Ooh, you know what might be fun? Let's craft 2 holy water pots. I'm not going to make room for more than that. We're just going to make 2. Just for the heck of it. Let's come down here. Y'all remember when I was farming up fire pots forever? Those stupid butterflies, I mean, and mushrooms? Those were the days, huh? Gats to do that no mo. Oh, I should have... Oh, here, we can at least do this. Shit, it missed. This is why we made 2. I would have liked it if both had hit you, so that, you know, that could have been really fun. If you had died from just holy pots, because they do an absurd amount of damage to you without even, like, epitaph or anything. Sacred Order, I should say. With those buffs, we can do damage like that even to a boss that's not particularly under our level. Which is kind of crazy, but... Okay. Item crafting. Let's get those back. Well, that is it for Limgrave. This might remove some markers that I had for... potentially had up for mausoleums, but it's not like I don't know where they are, so we don't need to worry about that. Well, I guess we should probably do Weeping Peninsula next. It's the next kind of thing to do in order. Some huge damage. Yeah, it's absurd when you can do like a holy pot plus any of the applicable buffs, including something like Sacred Order or Shared Order, you know, and of course on top of stuff like Golden Vow and everything. That's what I mean with the buffs. And even more so if your faith is like even a little bit high, you can just like one shot, especially that one because that's by far the weakest. Excuse me. The weakest one. Suddenly had the hiccups like out of nowhere. Okay. Just letting it pass. Let's see. There's a demi-human queen here, but she's not a boss. I might have... Did I kill her? Maybe that was on the Ash of War run, because I remember killing her before, but I don't think it was on this run. There's some catacombs there. There's a deathrite bird, or sorry, a death bird over here. We killed this avatar, I'm pretty sure. There's a ancient hero of Zamora there. There's some catacombs here-ish at the top of that hill. I think that's mostly it. Oh, the tunnel, right? And then also there's a cave right here. And also, I don't think we killed the Knight's Cavalry that's here, so we should do that. Let's start with him. I'll probably just go ahead and end it after that, actually, just because it is getting a little later on in the day. But I do want to like start just taking some time to think about like incentive thingies or just stuff to do during the anniversary. I might see what people want to do, like co-op oriented things, but I would like to. I'm not going to do a 24-hour stream, just to be clear. So that's one thing I have to kind of figure out, like how incentives are even going to work if I decide to do them at all. Because I don't want there to be like a 24-hour limit sort of max. I would prefer instead. It's not so much that I'm unwilling to do that sort of thing, just so much as that I know that I can't, because my sleep schedule is already so fucked up, and I already don't get enough that trying to stay up for 24 hours just isn't going to work for me. I'm just gonna pass out eventually or feel like utter shit the entire time. But, you know, we can do like a long-ish stream. Like I can start pretty early, like earlier than normal, and go a little bit late, so we can get somewhere between like anywhere between 8 and 12 hours, I think would probably be acceptable. Just for a nice little celebration. But I need some ideas as far as like what to play on stream. Obviously, Elden Ring is at least something we can do on stream, of course, as always. But we don't have to make the entire stream about Elden Ring. I would like to do some other stuff. We're supposed to be potentially doing some Lethal Company on Charlie's anniversary, but since there will be like at least a few weeks in between, like I wouldn't mind necessarily doing Lethal Company again and seeing who's around and interested in doing some Lethal Company then as well. Maybe some sort of co-op Elden Ring or other Souls stuff, or some other game would be fun. But yeah, y'all can always feel free to let me know if you have any ideas in Discord regarding suggestions for the anniversary, like day itself, as far as gaming is concerned. Even if it's not like traditional game stuff, it can be outside the box a little bit. Or if you have like any incentive ideas. I don't know for sure, like I said, that I will do any sort of subathon type thing, but I would like for there to be something maybe as an option to go along that route. So yeah, if you happen to think of anything, just let me know on Discord. I'm not really expecting y'all to come up with stuff, just that if you have ideas. All right, let me make it nighttime and we'll go kill this guy, and then I think I'll call it there. I'm doing that. Aim for the horse, please, so we can actually hit something instead of him just walking past it. Okay, I don't know where my roll went there, but not like it did a lot of damage or anything, but just more the principle of the thing. How about a little bit of volcano in your face? There you go. Actually, I tell you what, since it's also nighttime already, let's go kill this other death bird that's over here while we're at it. I'm just gonna not bother with the physic tier. Sorry. This is kind of why I want to end soon, because I can feel myself slipping a little bit as far as like just staying in the zone for streaming. Not that I'm like overly tired, I'm just being mentally drained a little bit. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night though, and I haven't for the last several days, so that's kind of the main reason why. Just need to get me some R&R on. I always feel like I'm saying some sort of Australianism when I hear something like that now. R&R. Yeah, that's that damage. Now, if I could just get these bats to fucking... Oh, that's not good. I might, yep, actually die. Alright, I was admittedly being a little cocky. I should have dealt with the bats beforehand. It's not like he does a lot of damage. We just got staggered by, like, 5 different attacks, and I couldn't move. Yeah, R and R, but if you say it fast, it sounds like you're saying R and R, which is kind of hilarious. All right, it's gonna be fucking daytime again. God damn it. Hope your sleep will get better. It definitely will at some point. I just really need to kind of buckle down at some point. And I hate going to bed in what I feel like is kind of early times of the day. I didn't fucking switch the... I sat down to the grace and then stood right back up. I did not make it nighttime. Because I'm a silly Billy like that, I guess. But yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm going to be getting, like... I'm already getting kind of busy again, and I'll only be getting busier over the next few months. It won't stay like that forever, but, like, it'll be the next probably 6 months or so, but probably be a fairly busy time for me, and I'm sure sleep will be in a little bit of a rough spot again, but I intend to at least try to make sleep a little more of a priority, just so I don't feel like absolute trash the whole time. Alright, I just wanted to get rid of that last holy pot. There's that sacrificial axe, which is not a bad weapon if you want to have some passive FP regain. If you want to just like have it in your offhand or something. We've not done Castle Morn, right? Okay, I tell you what. I know I've said this like 3 times. This will be the last thing. It feels significant enough to be a good ending point, even though it is early game. I'm just going to mark this really quick. So that's you and you. And what have we done already? I don't think there's a boss in the Tombsword Ruins. We've done you. I think that's everything as far as bosses we've done here, but there's not a lot in Weeping Peninsula, so it may not seem like much. But we've already technically cleared a lot of the bosses here because of that. But yeah, this is at least nice and quick, so we can just kind of get this done. I've come to Castle Morn before, but mainly just to see if I could farm Old Fangs. But honestly, man, Old Fangs, like, this is why I don't like the red main fire pots that much, because the Old Fangs are just kind of a pain in the ass for farming. Like, they just don't drop very much. And I believe Fextra Life lists them as like a 5% chance, but I'm pretty sure that's bullshit. I think they're actually like I don't know if they're a 0.5% chance. That sounds low, but I don't think they're 5. I'd have to look at my spreadsheet again. But even with, like, granted, I don't have the very highest of Arcane, but even with a Silver Pickled Foulfoot, which does give you a pretty significant boost, I was getting, like, nothing, like, after hunting these guys for a while at one point off stream. And then, again, I didn't use any of those runes to, like, level or anything like that. I just immediately cashed them in for some kukri or whatever. Well, that guy's... he fell. That was a thing. I guess I must have come over here already. Feels very different coming here now, though. I feel like I have actual damage for one. When I was, like, hunting these guys before for... or farming them before for Old Fangs and got literally nothing for after, like, several attempts at killing this entire group. I felt like my fire bombs and shit that I was using on them was not doing a lot of damage, so it always, like, took a while to kill this whole group. Now, I mean, not like an absurd amount of time, but, like, it just wasn't like, you know, I wasn't one-shotting stuff. I'm still not technically one-shotting them with crystal darts, but, you know, I can quickly actually do enough to make a difference. As long as you're mindful and try to take care of yourself the best you can. Yeah, I mean, I do. I'm not always good at it, but So it always kind of depends on how busy I get. It's not so much that I want to be like reckless or anything with my health and you know, the sleep that I'm getting and stuff like that, but I get pretty wrapped up in my work, sometimes way too much. I wouldn't call myself a workaholic, but I'm just a very dedicated person when it comes to that kind of stuff. And when it comes to stuff like, especially like with guide work, you know, it's just very demanding as part of the nature of what it is. It's not even specifically like anyone is making that demand of me, aside from just to simply say like, hey, we have our general deadline and we're doing our best to meet it. And sometimes, especially on such a small team, that's just going to require like a huge amount of work, way more than any one person should have to do a lot of the time. But it just happens like that from time to time. All right, actually, I wanted to go the other way. I just realized. Yeah, I will be, you know, when things start getting particularly busy for me again, with the various projects I'm working on right now, hopefully I can manage things a little bit better this time. I would still like, I haven't really done them for a handful of weeks now, but I still want to try to do some evening streams here and there when it like feels like I can, if I'm not too tired and, you know, but I'm just kind of busy. Because there's just going to be times when that's just going to be like kind of the easy thing to do. However, I really want to like just try to still stream where I can. Like I said, I obviously want to try to hit my anniversary as much as possible. And once I get to like a certain point, it would just be nice to not feel so crazy overwhelmed with work or anything that I can still like stream at least a couple days of the week or something. Preferably in the morning time as I normally do. If I can do 1 or 2 streams of those a week and, you know, an evening stream or something so I can still do like 2 or 3 streams a week, I can live with that. Like sometimes stream just has to take a back burner has to be on the back burner a bit for other shit. As much as I would kind of prefer if it didn't, you know, wasn't like that, but I've grown feathers. I know the feeling of focusing on something that you just kind of forget food and proper sleep. Yeah, that definitely happens to me. Sleep especially, but food also. Sometimes I'll just forget to eat for several hours, and before I know it, it's like the next meal time, and I've effectively skipped a meal without really meaning to. What happened here? There's normally a bunch of dudes fighting here. Now, obviously, one fell off earlier down here, but it was like one guy. What happened to the rest of them? I don't see any bodies, so it's like they just didn't spawn or something. Which is probably why that dude fell, because his AI was probably looking for someone to fight and got all confused or something. Yeah, there's no misbegotten here. And I don't think Edgar being gone makes that different. You know, because we killed Edgar earlier on, so, in Liurnia. I'll let you know if I come up with anything cool for the anniversary stream. I appreciate it, Karate. I do. Yeah, just let me know on Discord or whatever if you have any cool ideas that just happen to come to you or whatever. Like I said, I'm not asking people to spend time, like, you know, doing homework or anything like that. It's more just that if something should happen to come to you that sounds like a good idea, I don't know if we'll do it, but I appreciate the suggestions one way or the other. Whether it be for, you know, something that we're doing on stream or just like an incentive that can come up, you know, as part of the Damathon. Which I think I am going to call it that. So you've already contributed. You've already given me a nice idea. That also just, you know, just by naming it something else. I know some people will get confused, but it gives me, I think enough people will get the joke, but then the rest will, you know, can also just kind of wonder at it being like not a traditional subathon then, so that if I'm not doing things exactly that way, or even, you know, trying to get people to specifically do subs or whatever, they're always appreciated, of course, or any sort of tips or donations or bits or whatever during an anniversary, or any old time, but, I just don't like, you know, for people to feel obligated for any of that kind of stuff. But part of the reason why it's something that I'm leaning to as like an event is just because I still want to be serious about this channel, you know, not being like super successful in that sort of idea. Like I don't really want to be on Twitch in that way. You know, I like having kind of like a smaller stream that just feels like sort of a nice place for people to come and chat and hang out, like it's our own little, you know, pub or whatever. I think I've said before. Really? Not gonna walk into that? I guess they just, they don't care. I had all these little firebomb gifts set up for them, but, how did that not hit? Here's the whip. Gotta recruit those subs. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how things go, of course. But since I want to be able to keep streaming, at least for the foreseeable future, it's not something I'm going to do literally for the rest of my life or anything, but for the time being, having the means to kind of keep it going, you know, when people can do things like subscriptions, or more importantly, I just kind of want people to be able to come here and feel welcome. You know, it's not, like I said, it's not really particularly about subscriptions at all for me. Come on, grab the thing. You know, but I just feel like those sorts of events have the tendency to kind of hype people up a little bit and kind of help spread word of mouth, and sometimes even gifted subs can be, you know, the type of thing to get other people kind of interested in the channel, if that makes sense. Again, I'm not particularly looking for anything to suddenly grow so big that it's like I suddenly have like a huge channel, because I don't know if I really want to manage a huge channel. A consistently, you know, decent channel with interested people who are fun to hang out with, that are chill and, you know, enjoy chatting, is kind of really all I want out of it. And as far as more people like that finding the channel, I feel like that's always a good thing. I don't think we're going to need extra here. This Leonine Misbegotten should die pretty fast. Anywho, that's just kind of my 2 cents on the matter. I hope that stuff makes sense. I'm not really in it for the money. I just kind of I want to be taking my own channel stuff seriously at the very least, but not, I don't know why my dude just decided not to roll there, but I want to take the stuff seriously, but not be focused on money or the success of the channel in a money sense, you know, a financial sense. It's just nice when, you know, as far as subscriptions are concerned, you know, they certainly still help me out, and obviously any of that kind of stuff does help Twitch sort of pay for itself in that regard, so that, you know, the stuff that I spend just to kind of do things on this channel, are kind of taken care of, so I'm not just constantly, like, spending money. When's the anniversary? February 1st. That is my official anniversary of, technically 4 years completed, so I'll be going into my 5th year. So I did 2 stream anniversaries my first couple years, and then I missed the last 2 because I was just so busy, or the last one at least specifically. No, wait, sorry, I did 1 and then I missed the last 2. I didn't do 2. I think that's right. I don't know. Maybe I'm confusing myself now, but all right. Well, I'm going to mark this. I'm going to mark this here, so I'm less likely to miss that, but that's all of those done. There's at least like 1 catacomb over here. There might be another thing over here that I'm forgetting, but and then there's a catacomb here, cave there, the tunnel there. So we've got at least like 4 things to do. But unless I'm forgetting like another nighttime boss, that should be everything in Weeping, I think. Like I said, there's a demi-human queen here that we could kill too, but she's technically a strong enemy, not a boss. So she's not required. But I might kill her anyway. Anywho, yeah. Kinda wish I could go back to 2019. It was a good year. Yeah. Yeah, certainly started off good, that's for sure. Okay, so it's around that time. I was just curious because I'll be traveling and wouldn't be able to watch. That's alright. I appreciate you one way or the other. But yeah, February 1st or somewhere around that date, if I can't do the 1st, is when I will do the actual anniversary stream day. I'll probably put more on my Discord about it when we get a little closer to the date. And I have a better idea as to whether or not I can actually do it on the day of, because let's see what the calendar says here. That is a Thursday, so that should theoretically be doable as long as I don't have anything going on. Go back and invest in Pfizer. Ugh. It's after the anniversary that I can watch. Before is going to be rough. Yeah, like I said, don't worry about it. If you're here, obviously, great. It's appreciate having you. If you can't make it, that's okay too. You know, all good one way or the other. But yeah. Anyways, guys, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it there for today. We've been going for about 6 hours ish, just about anyway. So yeah. We will do some more just general boss clearing when we start up next time, just to get Weeping done, and then maybe we'll kind of go back and do some later area stuff again, just to make some progress. But at least with these early areas, it shouldn't take us too long to actually get things done, because a lot of the stuff, at least up through some of Liurnia and Caelid, they shouldn't really be too challenging. Dragon Barrow stuff, maybe 1 or 2 things in Liurnia will be a little challenging, but like later capital outskirts, Gelmir, Dragon Barrow, anything beyond there will be back in somewhat challenged territory for certain fights, but we can definitely make it work. But anywho, yep, that'll do it for today, y'all. Once again, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it as always. Sorry if it felt like a little bit of a lower energy stream. Like I said, I'm just kind of tired, but you know, I'm still having a really good time with Consumables only. I'm already looking forward to continuing it on the next stream. But yeah, we will get that stuff figured out soonish. I don't know. Let me think. What's today? Today is Monday. I'm not sure what my next stream is going to be yet. It might be tomorrow. Wednesday will probably be out, or I might just stream kind of late or something. But I have a meeting then. Thursday, I'm definitely out. So Wednesday's iffy. Thursday is a definite no. And then we'll just have to kind of see about the rest of the week. I want to say Wednesday is probably going to be a no as well. So it might be those 2 days that I will be off, but probably expect tomorrow. There's a good chance for Friday as well. And then we'll see after that. But anyways, y'all, once again, thank you again for being here. I appreciate it very much as always. Take good care of yourselves. Let me know again in the Discord if you just happen to have any ideas regarding stream anniversary type stuff, incentives, activities to do on stream, whatever. Like I said, I don't know if we'll necessarily do them, but thoughts, suggestions, etc. are always appreciated. And yeah, I will see y'all on the next one. Take good care of yourselves. Until then. All right. Bye-bye, everybody.